Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, October the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And just waiting to make sure you guys can see my screen and hear me. Thank you. Yes, William and OPEC. Okay, great. So today's theme is China. China talks. Here's the quote, constructive meeting. This is from Beijing. So we have a lot of China stocks popping this morning. Take a look at a couple of them, a few of them. Let's see. I guess UTME is one of them. These are some of the ones that just showed up on my gap up list. So they're relatively cheap. UTME, BEKE. No, not China. BBIG. Some kind of a ad riser has agreed to be acquired and will be fully integrated to monetize the Lomotif platform. So that is the news for BBIG. Big pop up here. Getting into probably a bit of a resistance area. OSMT, I don't have very many in the gap up or the gap downs this morning. Now we're in for a big gap up market to start anyway. Big gap up market. But I don't have very many. It's funny, I don't have very many that are, I see some really cheap ones. Actually, I'm seeing Levi now. Levi is gapping up a little bit. But I see some cheap ones. I know some of you following the CEI drama saga, and I didn't realize that it actually had dipped down way below $1 yesterday, and now it's popped up. So it's up 37%. Just be careful. Lots of shares have traded already, a fifth of the float. Morning, real. OSMT is a gap down, $2.50 financing, quite a bit below that financing price. NFE is a gap up, and just looking, trying to think, it was a buyout. It's not a buyout. So NFE has gapped up. I can't see any specific news on it. They did an Edgar filing last night. But other than that, I really can't see any specific news on NFE. Probably it's in the filing. TTM has gapped up. Again, I can't see any specific news on it. Out of Mumbai. Well, if it's been upgraded, I haven't got my I haven't got to my upgrades yet. Yeah, Morgan Stanley, you're right. I see it right now. Yeah, Morgan Stanley upgraded it from equal weight to overweight. I noticed they did not put a price target on it. If that's the only reason it's up, I mean, that's a pretty big pop. Nuro, N-U-R-O has gapped up because let's see, they submitted a de novo request to the FDA for Quell as a prescription treatment for fibromyalgia symptoms in adults. So that is the reason for Nuro gapping up. PBTS, probably a day too late. PBTS is a crypto play. Yeah, it's gapped up, pulled right back down. ABUS was just gapping up a little bit when I was opening the room. ABUS, let's see if it's holding its gap. Yeah, I don't see... All right, so I guess this is the news. A court hearing Thursday has implications for how much profit Moderna reaps from its vaccine. Lawyers for Moderna will try to persuade, et cetera, and to validate two patents held by another drug company, Arbutus Biopharma. All right. Levi is this an earnings play by any chance? Levi? It is an earnings play, October 6th after hours. So they released earnings after hours yesterday, and it's maintained its gap, after hour gap, and it's increased a little bit upon it. So that is Levi. Lots of resistance, though. You know, it's not a great looking weekly chart. The next high looking left is 2630. So it doesn't have a ton of room. It's a pretty big float, 84 million, but it'll be active all day. We know that. Lost all my top lists. Happens every now and then. Let's see if they come back. I know that was happening yesterday for a few of you. All right, when in doubt, just do a little reset and see what happens. There they are. Now here's a real cheap one. I know some of you like to take a look at the really cheap ones, and here is one. Big, lots of volume, CYRN. I guess NASDAQ granted them a 180-day stay of execution, in essence, you know, to regain their NASDAQ compliance. So they have a further 180 days to do that. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do a reverse split of some sort to get that price over $1. Somebody in our YouTube room is asking me about Jan. Any interest? Jan. Well, now, yeah, I'm noticing it's just popping in here. Wins multiple contracts. This just happened, yeah, just after 9 o'clock. To operate appliance recycling programs in the state of Pennsylvania through 2026. So, I mean, I don't know if there's going to be interest once the market opens, but there's the 200-day moving average also, so it's gapped right into it. Got quite a bit above it. So yeah, it's a super low float, 1.72 million in the float. You just have to watch it to see how it trades once the market opens. Well, the only thing I mentioned about CEI, obviously, it's nice percentage gain. I hadn't realized that it actually dipped down to about 84 cents yesterday. I don't think there's any new news on it. It's just it's just a play now. Okay, now I'm going to just take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, well, we have a few more upgrades than downgrades this morning, so let me get a few of them in. I see NIO has an upgrade from Goldman. NIO has an upgrade from Goldman. I see GoGo has an upgrade from JP Morgan. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now, not as many downgrades. TAC got another downgrade from Morgan Stanley. So this was after, it's a nice short yesterday for me. All right, there were some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, I did see that Tilray has earnings today, has done nothing. They missed revenue expectations. Really no reaction right now. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. This is going to look a lot different from yesterday. Take a look at now, again, go to the dock channel bar. Don't use the channel bar, okay? Don't, I mean, I know I'm actually going to ask them, I don't know why. If you're using the latest production version, you'll notice, you have channel bar, you have dock channel bar. I don't see why we have channel bar anymore. You don't have to worry about, if you don't want to dock windows, that's fine. But I mean, I would encourage you to use the dock channel bar if you want to look at our channels. Then you don't have to worry about your layout disappearing. You can have your layout and still take a look at all the different theme channels that we have. So let's take a look at the sectors. I'm sure that virtually everything is going to be up. Maybe not energy, but let's take a look. Yeah, energy, I mean, it's 66% are up, but yeah, take a look. So we've got tech and communications, 90% of them are up. Again, these percentages refer to the close of yesterday, so 92% of the stocks that make up XLK, as an example, 92% of them are above the close of yesterday. Healthcare, consumer discretionary, and you can see right there that all the major sectors, 100% of them are up. Of course, that can change once the market opens. But that gives us a bit of a glimpse as to what may happen today. Yeah, somebody mentioned MRUS. This was just popping in. Yes, I see this now. Also, MRUS presents early clinical data. Early clinical data. Is this shortable? Yes, it is. for me at Interactive Brokers. My guess this is a fairly low float. Yes, 30 million in the float. I'll keep an eye on this one for sure. Let's see how it opens. I mean, it's coming right into a big resistance area for MRUS. And that is way above the Bollinger Band. So this could be, I mean, it's already come down a couple of dollars. Okay, I'm going to stick an alert up here at 29.12, see if it takes out that high at some point. Again, I'm more interested in shorting this one at some point if I get the right setup. Yeah, I don't know why we don't have any float information for TTM. Well, I'm even checking FinViz. I don't see they have no float information either. I mean, we have, it looks like they've got about 765 million shares outstanding, but they don't have float information either. So I'm not going to blame our provider on this one. Looks like the big fade is coming for BBIG. Yeah, Real is mentioning a PRLD. This is now showing up. You see, it wasn't showing up before for me because the volume was so low. It is now showing up for me, PRLD. It's still only 12,000 shares. And obviously, they presented data and did not, even though announced its presentation of encouraging data, but the market is not treating it as it is encouraging. It's impossible to trade right now. 23.31, 24.75 bid ask. So I mean, and that's indicative of the fact that it's only traded 12,000 shares. But let's see what happens when the market opens. This is now an all-time low. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, let's see. I'm just looking to see if anything else is popping in. The MRUS is still, yeah, I mean, this is interesting. It is now gapped up above this area here. I think the high over here was 27.80, so 28.36. So this is getting closer and closer to an all-time high. Obviously, this right here at 31.27 is an all-time high. So the market is reacting very well to this early clinical data. Good morning, YouTubers. Moderna taking another hit, guys. mRNA taking another hit here. Now gapping down below $300. And there's the MRUS. MRUS now. Why did I put it on alert there? 29.02. I can't remember. Oh, it was the pre-market high. So it is now taking out the pre-market high. Again, this could turn, I mean, hey, I don't know, it could turn into a great all-day hold. But I'm still, my bias is still to short this at some point. But let's see, those shorts are being snapped up in Interactive Brokers. I can see right now there are only 30,000 left. But it's the spread, guys. It's really tough to, though the spread is tightened now. And Levi continues an earnings play, but I just think there's probably too much resistance on the way up here. Look at that big bottoming tail. Now, that could mean something. I know we discount it. It doesn't show up in a lot of other charting programs or most charting programs, but thank you, William. 1 minute to the open. Thank you. So yes, William is saying we're 1 minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. We're in for a market gap up, but it doesn't necessarily have to hold, of course. We have to see what happens once the market opens, see if we maintain this gap up or do we start to fade. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, so I'll be biding my time probably for at least 15 minutes. Give me a moment here. All right, we are now open. Yeah, so I mean, it's just too early for me to do these things. They can whip up and down, but the fade is starting a little bit anyway for the MRUS. The Prelude, or I don't know if it's Prelude, but PRLD. See what the spread is like now. Yeah, I mean, it's tightened. It's still 30 or 40 cents, but it has tightened up a little bit. Neuro continues here. NURO continue. Well, I'm sorry, it does not continue. It has been fading actually since the market opened, but it tried to put in a new market high, not a pre-market high, of course. But so some of the China stocks I'm noticing right here: Tiger, TIGR, and IQ. So China is the play today so far, with quote-unquote encouraging, out of Beijing, encouraging discussions with the U.S. All right, guys, there's Tilray. Tilray on the way down here. Earnings play, almost an all-time low. Levi continues its move here. Wow, big move. Look at this. Actually, it's a great move now for Levi. Next area, resistance. I mean, it looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance, but that's a nice move. It's an earnings play. Big volume poured in. Keep an eye on the ONDS, guys. The ONDS, I mean, this was an option play from yesterday in the option scanner, and it's holding. It looks like it's trying to hold 10. Well, 995, 1004. Keep an eye on it. That's the ONDS. We kept waiting for it to take out 10. NFE. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. NFE. Probably coming into some resistance. I mean, there's the high over here, 31.42, 31.22. Couple of areas right there that I might struggle to get through. So this is looking like it could turn into a bit of a short. Keeping an eye on this Tilray to see if it collapses here. All right, NFE continues its move on, again, I don't see any news. I know they had a filing last night, an Edgar filing. Maybe there's something in that filing that is giving it that pop. Well, you know the news, Diego, for BBIG, so you know the news. So it's been fading ever since. I mean, it hit a high of 650 or so. It's been fading ever since. I mean, I don't know when it's going to stop fading, but You know what the news is. Only comment is if you're in at 595, you better have a stop. All right, there's the Tilray. Tilray starting to move down. TLRY starting to move down. Earnings play. And TTM, no float information, but TTM moving higher here, yes. Now what is the market doing? Okay, we've got the first candle so far after 6 minutes. 6.5 minutes is green, so it's as we speak, it's holding its gap. We've got a big the Dow, big move on the Dow, big move on tech, big move on the SPY. So far, down goes Tilray, TLRY. Yeah, I mean, that BBIG, I mean, your warning was right here. I mean, listen, anything can happen, of course. I mean, at some point it might stop, but I mean, your warning was right here. You know, there's the high, and it started to fade before the market was opened. You know, just the fade, 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 fade. Okay, so I'm just looking at some of the flyers in the pre-market. Of course, I shouldn't say of course, but they're all kind of fading. Okay, another China play, LI, along with NIO and XPAV. I'm sure they're all three of them are moving. So again, China's a sector today. All right, TTM holding well over that whole number, holding nicely over that whole number. The pre-market high was 25.16, so it's basically at the pre-market high. You know, if it takes it out, it's a 2-year high. Whoa! Look at the move from Moderna. Look at this move, guys. This looked pretty bleak. for a while. Look at this move. Look at the volume coming in. So it popped from 293 up to 310. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I can say about CEI. I mean, it just depends on, you know, if some rooms are pumping the heck out of it. I don't know. I mean, it got down underneath, got down to 85 cents yesterday. I mean, it's a tremendous run. But there's no news on it. Could be a meme play. I don't know right now. Okay, so here is your news. The company yesterday issued financial statements of Viking and announced it is not considering a reverse stock split. So, but hey, it's a trade. Hey, I mean, it could be complete trash, but it's a trade. ONS, guys, ONDS. Look at this little move here for ONDS. And maybe this is just kind of being lumped in with the other China plays. I don't know, the TTM. Well, I wonder if this is going to be the day that ONS finally leaves 10 behind. Yeah, market is still holding that green bar. First candle green, so we have some big moves here. Everything is up, no disconnect today whatsoever. Tech is up, Dow's up, SPY's up. Actually, I didn't even see it. Well, I do care that it's in the option scanner, so you know, I don't want to have any bias negatively about a company. I mean, you know, it's just a trade. Peloton, you guys have been talking about Peloton, PTON. Let's see what's happening with Peloton. Yeah, A lot of volume coming in. Any specific news? Ah, there we go. You know, it's funny because I saw that yesterday. When we're looking at the calendar, the iField calendar, and it was and said iFit was supposed to open yesterday, and it's postponed. You know, I saw it was postponed yesterday, so of course that's going to help Peloton. It's a rival. Yeah, a bunch of IPOs being postponed. Merck. You guys have been talking about Merck. One moment, please. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Chile guys. I don't know what it's going to do, but it's weak. And it tried a couple little topping tails there. It tried, but this is almost a lifetime low. Ooh. All right, guys, I am watching the CEI, and I am interested in it, but it's got to get back up to that 135 level. So the SPY held that first 15-minute candle. That held. In fact, it moved a little higher than the pre-market highs. Second candle is a little bit of green here. So far, no fade. Yeah, somebody said halt. Halt is halted. I do see that on our halts resumes. Halt. Wow, halt is halted. Absolutely. Nice on the MRUS, guys. You know, I did something on that one. Probably way later than you guys, but that's okay. Well, that was the thesis, sort of, when we saw this one gapping up in the pre-market. He said this is ripe for a short, and at the time when I looked, there were only 30,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. There are now 16,000. No, I did not take the 14. This DTM keeps making new highs, inching its way up. Don't know what the float is. You know, we don't have, and checked other sources, didn't see any float information for it. Has a lot of shares outstanding, almost 1 billion, so it's probably going to be a fairly high float. So this is a pretty impressive move. Oh boy, let's go. Put 25, why not? Loop, somebody's talking about Loop in our YouTube room, L-O-O-P. Just no volume. I mean, it's up 14, but it's just no volume yet. It is looks like it's going to release what we have here, earnings tomorrow during market hours, which is very strange. Canadian company out of Terrebonne. Tell you guys, he's shorting these bios on really iffy news. Palt just opened. Sorry, Palt just opened. You asked about Palt. So it halted at 928. It gapped up to 960. I don't see any specific news on it. However, it is moving higher and higher and higher. So of course this was a flyer about 6 days ago, got up to 15. What are the other ones doing? Grom, I did not see Grom was... Okay, Grom is putting a little bit of a pop also. It's a bit of a sympathy play. Wow. I mean, look at this move, guys. I mean, the top of MRUS was right here, $30. I mean, there's over a $5 move right here. I'm sure I'm way late compared to Real and Zach, but Mr. Rocket, good morning. So here's another one, guys. We haven't seen this one for a long time. GBT used to be a super high flyer months ago, a few years ago, I guess. Got up to $87, and it's just been moving down steadily. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. GBT announces new employment inducement grants. No, I see. So they're trying to get people to work for their company in inducement grants. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I have my doubts this is going to continue. There is some next high looking left is 28.23, 28.23. What's the spread like? Spread is not bad. It's only 8 cents. Yeah, Pickles, listen to Real. I know he dabbled in futures. I want to say either late last year or earlier this year. I can't remember. I know that Vicky was getting you sort of a little excited about futures, but hey, if you can make money trading futures, go ahead. Nice move in the SPY still, guys. This is pretty impressive. You know, I had a big gap up to begin with. First 15-minute candle, positive, and the second one is continuing. So, I mean, this is a... Remember yesterday how we opened. It looked like that was it. It's all over. Whoa. Interesting if you have the AI. What a morning so far. So what I'm doing with the CEI is just in case the memers get a hold of it. Now I'm going to stick an alert at 141. Okay, just in case they get a hold of it for a while today. Because if you look left, the next high is way up here. Of course, it got slammed down with that report. But it will be just a trade if it happens. Oh boy. Remember how long we waited for this ONDS to break 10 and keep above 10? I know my ONDS. I know. I know. So again, the next high looking left, I'm not saying it's getting there, 1327. On the weekly chart, 1205. So I mean, it's got some room to keep running if it wants to. Well, Zach, maybe I did. Maybe I did. Well, you know, I've been watching it for, it seems like, well, not really months, but all days anyway, waiting to see if it could really take out 10. Yeah, and in fact, it's a 10-day breakout on your scan too, Real. Ow. I don't know. Market, I don't know. I mean, we've got we've had 30 minutes of straight up. Next is 15-minute candle, 3 minutes into it. It's still positive. I mean, at some point you're going to see a red candle, but I don't. The way this market is today, anyway, unless there's some devastating news, you know, the debt or the I don't see anything. I don't see a big red candle coming. All right, this LI is actually holding nicely above 29. It's just, what do we look, when we look left, what do we see? We see 30.07 as the next high looking left on the daily chart. So it still has about $1 if it wants to, you know, approach that high. I'm not saying it's going to, of course, I'm just pointing it out. And it's holding pretty nicely above that 29. China stock, of course, China's hot today. Yeah, TTM, as Real pointed out before, it's just inching its way up and up and up and up. It held that 25 beautifully. I'm not in this one. So you must have, I think I know why I'm not showing Elan. And the reason is, yeah, so I've got a $500,000 min. Also, I think my price range, but yes, it's a 10-day breakout. Just trying to cut down on the number of alerts. Some of you follow, but the Mankind MNKD looks like it's coming into too much resistance right around that 550 mark. And it's just showing up on my option ratio scan. Some of you are following this Rocket Lab, RKLD. Lots of volume just coming in now. A lot of volume coming into RKLB. Look at this volume. Biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart. The issue would be 1604. 1604 is the next high looking left on the daily. And then after that, 1643. So it might struggle to get through this area. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's all over the place, Eric. I mean, I don't think we don't get a lot of Facebook traders in here or Amazon, things like that, but depends what you mean by small cap. You know, I personally like the stocks under $20, but I mean, that's just a personal preference, but lots of different trading styles in here. I have not changed anything. However, I do notice you're right. The TT like the yeah, I do notice what you're talking about here. Let me just see if see I have there we go. Okay, so you see these are some of the new things that are coming. This is in the development version. I see. So you'll be able to do your watermarks and things like that. I hadn't noticed. I just loaded this one today. Let me just now it would be nice if I could just do a sort of an overall. Whoops! I don't want it black. How did I get black? All right. What did I do? Just a minute. Ah, this is defaulting to. Like this is brand new for me, okay? So just give me a moment. I just want to get the watermark. It's a little cumbersome right now, but again, this is just a start. Of course, what I could do is, of course, just create one chart with all the settings I want as my default. I know I shouldn't be doing this right now, but I didn't even notice that the watermark was not as dark. Okay, sorry guys, just one more to do. So I can leave it as black and now just, there we go. Okay. Save my work. Okay. What a move by the SPY guys. Here's 45 minutes basically straight up. You know, I was, you know, I'm sure we're all wondering whether this gap up would hold. Well, we have our answer so far. TTM just made another new high here. All right, so there's that Rocket Lab. I think it is going to struggle to get through 16 though. RKLB. I know some of you were watching this one. It had a big pop after hours yesterday, all the way up to 1751. I don't know how many shares were actually traded up here. You can just see though, there's a lot of resistance at okay, we have some other differences. I'm sorry, so there's resistance right here at 1604 and then 1643. The NFE, sure, NFE, you're probably looking at a fade, right? Maybe not, because it's not shortable at Interactive Brokers, so you're looking at for a further move. What's the next high looking left is over here. I would not call C, well, if you're talking about the one that's up the most, yes, but I mean, it is, I know listen, I still have my alert set up here. It's the only one that showed, well, actually two showed up, the option scanner, the ONDS, and also CEI. If it can take out 141 later on, I'll probably be interested, assuming that the memers get a hold of it. I don't know if that's going to happen. All right, it is now just about 10:20, so I think I'll start my spiel right now. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And as always, I'll start off with the test drive link. All right, there is the test drive link. So if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts on Monday. Man, today's Thursday, so it starts on Monday. And what it means is if you want, for $11.11, you can have our premium service for 10 trading days, assuming you can go from the 11th to the 22nd. Please listen carefully. If you cannot take advantage of it between the 11th and the 22nd, you will not get 10 trading days, all right? For instance, if you can only start on the 12th and go to the 21st, you'll get 8 trading days. So it is not 10 trading days from whenever you start. This is when our support is all set up for, okay? I'll be upfront about that. And again, you'll have access to the full premium service. If you do decide that you want to take the test drive, I would encourage you to take a look at the 20 lessons to get yourself somewhat familiar with trade ideas before you take the test drive. Now, a couple of things. If you sign up today, you're pre-registering, okay? So you will not get live data until the 11th. However, tomorrow is Friday. About an hour after the market closes, you'll have access to the program. So obviously the market is not open. However, that doesn't mean that you can't create your own top lists, alert windows, and take a look at maybe my layout or create a layout if you want. And so you get all set for the Monday open, okay? The other thing is, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? So that's the test drive. We're having them a little more frequently. We used to do them, well, we had a pretty big gap. We had the one 2 months ago, and then before that, we hadn't had one for about 4 or 5 months. Anyway, it looks like we may have them every couple of months, but anyway. There it is. Now, the next thing I like to put in is my homepage link. Okay, in what I call the main trading room, you'll see I have a tab here called Barry's homepage. Okay, there is the link here also. So that is available all day long, of course. When you click on my link, this is what you'll see. So, boy, look at ONDS go. Here is, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. This will give you an idea of how much Trade Ideas costs. We do have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. Annual, premium, $22.68 a year, minus the 15%. Standard, annual, $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. And the big difference is the AI, sort of having a, one is actually working. I should have been taking this one. I like the ones under 20. Anyway, I'll go over that in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan if you don't want, of course. If you want to go month to month, that's perfectly okay. 118 and 228. Now, you can apply the discount, the 15% discount to the first month only. Again, listen carefully. First month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay, on my homepage, there are 3 free sections. The Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at around noon Eastern. And here is the Big Education section. Here are those lessons I was talking about. If you're going to take the test drive, please take a look at the lessons. I mean, they go over things like what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, okay? The AI, which we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus. There's a lot of information here. It's all text-based. So, you know, I really believe you should do it. If you're going to take this thing, if you're going to take the test drive seriously, you should do it. Daily support session. So today is Thursday. So I also moderate a YouTube room at the same time. I do take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so that'll be Jamie. Before I take my break, I'll pop the YouTube link into the main trading room so you can head over there if you want. There is a webinar today. Today is Thursday, so we are on today is the Tuesday, Thursday. Now, typically, next week would be Monday, Wednesday, and the following week, Tuesday, Thursday. But for the next 2 weeks, there are no webinars because we'll be doing the test drive. But you can sign up for them all right here, and today's webinar is on. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, information about the AI. And if you are brand spanking new to trading, this is a great video series, okay? It starts off with what is a stock? I mean, you can't get any more basic than that. And so I would really encourage you, if you're new to trading, this is a great introduction. And we have some trading, we have some ebooks that we also created. So there is a lot of information. I don't think so, Rocket. Well, you're talking about the 12 to 1 slot? I mean, I will always be moderating YouTube at the same time as the main trading room. And I'm pretty sure the 12 to 1 slot, one of the other traders, I think YouTube will be exactly the same. Now, the other main area are my scans. No, I don't think there's any change in the YouTube room during the test drive. Certainly, I'm going to be moderating it the way I normally do. And also, I think one of the other traders will take over between 12 and 1. No difference. So here is the big scan section, okay? So click here, and here is a sample layout. It's very much like what you see. some minor changes, but it's very much like what you see. And also individual scans that I'm sharing. This is of course my favorite one. I'm anticipating that next week, as we get into earnings season, probably a little more activity in it. This is the moving higher with unusually strong options. Also, this is what I use in the pre-market. My gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. So, what I always say is save my link. These two sections have a lot of information. You don't have to only look at them when this room is open. If you save my link, you can take a look at them at any time you want. Okay? Well, yes, to configure, first of all, you can have all of my scans, so you don't have to even know how to create anything. But yeah, within reason, we'll certainly help you to create alerts that you're looking for. We'll point out the alerts and filters that we have. This is sort of in my next spiel. As far as the AI settings are concerned, there's nothing for you to do. Okay? I'm going to go over the AI in a bit, but there's really nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. And how you trade them will be up to you. So, again, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, you're here in this room not understanding what you're seeing. Well, first of all, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So, this is an example of a scan. I call it basic new highs and lows. When you right click on an alert window or a top list window, you'll always see something. You should see something very much like this all the time. And then you just click on configure and then the summary. Now you'll see these are the filters that I'm using here. So if you're going to build your own scans, you always start off with filters. You want to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20, etc. It's not important what I'm using. It's just the concept I'm trying to show you. You start off with filters. And so if these filters are met, the criteria are met, and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay, so that's an example of a scan. Now, if you took my scan, again, it's one of the scans I'm sharing, you may have a different idea about a price range. You may want, higher price stocks, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, whatever. You, of course, can change anything here. Watch me change it to 10. I'll click on the summary, see how it has changed. Okay, so you don't have to only use my settings. The other thing is that we have a channel bar here. Now, I got ahead of myself. Before I talk about the channel bar and the other scans that we have for you, good news is you do not have to be a programmer to use Trade Ideas. If you, again, right-click on an alert window and click on search, here are all the alerts that we have, and here are all the filters. You don't have to learn them all. I use maybe 0.5% of them. We just have a lot of them because we have all sorts of different trading styles within our customer base. So we've tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. So no programming language to learn. We also have a channel bar. Click on New, and please click on the docked channel bar. Don't click on channel bar. I'm actually going to get them. I want them to get rid of that. This is the version that you'll be using for the test drive. No reason to click on channel bar. Click on docked channel bar. Why? Well, in the past, and when you would click on channel bar, notice I am going to now go to, by the way, these are all themed layouts, okay? So I'm going to go to the momentum channel. Notice that underneath you can still see my layout. So before, when you would click on anything from the channel bar, your layout would disappear. Okay, so it was kind of an inhibiting factor for people, wanting to kind of scan the channels during the day, because their layout would disappear. No more. If you click on the dock channel bar, this is what you'll see. This is an example. This is the momentum channel. So again, if you look at this, and you just always right-click, configure, summary. This is what this is looking for. Okay? This is what it's looking for. So again, if you like, you don't have to change anything. If you like what you see, great, you can leave it alone. But if you wanted to, you could always make a change to, maybe you want 10 and 50. I'm going to click on summary, see how it has changed. Now a word about this. I'm going to say okay. But if I went back, if I click on another channel and then go back, that change is not saved. Why? All of the channel, they're for everybody. The fact that you want to make a change is not necessarily indicative of what everybody else wants. Okay, so this is typically, though, what I would do. I would take a look at a scan within one of the channels, and if I like the idea of it, I would save it to the cloud. Okay, I would just save it to the cloud. I move on to the next one. Again, if I like this says the action is heating up right now, I can right-click, configure, summary, I can see what it's looking for. I should get them to change this stupid range, 1 in 1,000. But anyway, I can make a change if I want. Make it 1 in 100. Or 1 in 10 if that's what I want. Say okay, now it's only 1 in 10. I can save it now to the cloud. Why am I saving things to the cloud? So imagine if you go through these channels one by one and start extracting these scans that we have already made for you. And then, if I save those, you would see, if I click on File, Load from Cloud, I would see them up here. Okay? And I would just have to load them one by one, thereby creating my own layout without really having to have created anything from scratch. Okay? So that is, we try to make it very, very easy. Yes, you can, every alert window, and also the AI, and also your price alerts window. This is the context you'll see. If I right-click on an alert window and go to Properties, click on Properties, and then Actions, you'll see this is the menu that you'll see. You check Play Sound, set up the sound. So you can have one of your alert windows, or a price alert window, or the AI. You can have one of them text-to-speech. You don't have to use text-to-speech, but you can have one of them. Now, why do I say one of them? The whole idea of our sound alerts is you put a different sound alert on the different windows, because when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to look at. Okay, so obviously you can't put them all text-to-speech. You'll have no idea which window to look at. So that's why we've got this Use Custom Sound. You check that, select. Notice we've got these 3 folders here, and each folder has some sound alerts. You can click on one, open it, you can play it. If you like the sound, you'll say okay a couple of times, and in doing so, then you attach that sound to the alert window. Okay? Desktop is a little bit different. It's not as, if you can use the downloadable application, that's the way to go. The desktop only has computer sounds, like a ding. I can't even remember what the other ones are. I think there are only 4 sounds. It doesn't have text to voice. Okay? So the desktop version is absolutely the way to go if you can do it. The only reason to use the web-based version is if you have a Mac, or if you're using it on a tablet or something like that. It's fine, but it's not as robust. Now, if you do have a Mac, let me just get this podcast in that was done a few months ago. I'll tell you in a minute there, HPP, how to zoom in. This is for Mac users, okay? So there are 3 ways in which you can, if you have a Mac, and you can use the web-based version. Again, not as robust, but it's okay. Otherwise, like a lot of people who work at Trade Ideas have Macs, and they use an emulation program like Parallels. I know some in this room do that. I know some don't want to do that, and that's, well, I can't help you there. Or a cloud service like Amazon Web Services or Microsoft's, I guess 360 it's called. Okay, those are ways. Then you can take full advantage of the app. Okay, so let me show you. So HPP asked in the YouTube room how do you zoom in on a chart. So left click on the chart, left click the chart just so the Trade Ideas knows what chart you want to do this. So I've left clicked here. Now I'm going to keep the control key pressed down on my keyboard, and then with the scroll wheel on my mouse I'm going to scroll in and out. Okay? I'm going to scroll in and out. So control key, keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with the scroll wheel scroll in and out. Holy smokes, guys, the ONDS. I know Zach is swinging that one. Well, it's not the program that offers it, but we do have, as I say, if you go to somebody, well, Rocket, you're asking about, does it help you learn how to trade? Well, there is that 36-part video series that is a good introduction to trading, okay? So, and that is in my education section, training section. Yeah, you'll want to take full advantage of the program. I mean, the app is the way to go. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about the AI. This will be, you'll have access to the AI if you're going to take this test drive. And if you click from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Strategy Trades window. Somebody asked about the AI. This is what it looks like. Not these 2 windows up here, but this window right there. So there's nothing for you to do. There's nothing for you to program. You just wait for the alerts to happen, and how you trade them will be up to you. So notice this one, RGP. You don't have to get so hung up on having to get in right at the penny. I never do. If I'm going to trade anything from the AI, I'm always going to click on the alert, check to see what's happening. I want to see what it looks like on a monthly, weekly, daily chart, where there might be some resistance nearby if I'm going to go long. So don't get so hung up on, I've got to auto trade or anything like that. So how you trade it will be up to you though. Okay, there's no right or wrong way to use the AI. This is one that I should be in. It's like the ones under 20. And it's an earnings play. The volume was a little bit light at the beginning, but at any rate. So what I would do is load this window and then incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every day. But there's nothing for you to do. In other words, there's no settings, no nothing. Just load the window and wait for the alerts to happen. I use it like a watch list. Oh yeah, there's no way it's 170 a month. No way. I think, I think some of the guys, I think I saw even $30 a month or something. There's no way it's $170 a month unless you're going the Cadillac And I don't even know what that would mean. Okay, so from the toolbar, you click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, say go do. Yeah, there's no way it's that expensive. I mean, I'm not saying you can't get an option that is that expensive, but you don't need that. I guess some people just don't want to use an emulator. I don't. I've never used a Mac, so. But the majority of people who trade ideas use emulators who have Macs. Okay. So again, just click on New. Now, if you're going to be part of the test drive, I mean, this is you won't have access to this until the test drive. All right, now I want to talk a little bit about this window that you see here, this big blue window. It's called Brokerage Plus. And I'm missing all PRLD, I'm sure is awesome now. PRLD, bet you the spread is tightened. I'm liking the, way more, I'm liking the shorts from that reel. I know the longs have been good, but I guess I got I don't know why, I mean the market's ripping today, but I got my short, I have a short bias. Okay, I am putting a link called Brokerage Plus. Okay, again, this window is only available if you're using the app. If you're using the web-based version, it is not available. So this is a way in which, if you want to, you can trade from within Trade Ideas. You know, the link I put in has a short video showing how you can connect to Interactive Brokers or an E-Trade if you have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, and how then you can actually use this window to trade. Okay, you have to have an IB or E-Trade account. No other brokerage works. But please listen closely. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window. That's all it means. It's a feature, it's an option. Even if you have IB or E-Trade, you don't have to use this window. The reason I have to emphasize this is because we get so many emails that come in and say, oh, I guess I can't use your program because I don't have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Nothing's further from the truth. We're a scanner. That's what we do. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use our program. This is just an option, a feature. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Okay? And this is what I kind of concentrate on now, is because you can use this as a simulator, a paper trader. And again, it doesn't matter who your broker is because it's using our real-time data. It's got nothing to do with who your broker is. And you notice up here where it says Brokerage Plus, one says Live, one says Sim. You just click on the Sim, and now you're in simulation mode. And so we heartily recommend that before you commit money to the market, like real money to the market, practice, practice, practice. Okay, we've got a great simulator. You can practice trading. We have something, if you're wondering if we have anything, all you have to do is type in. So for instance, you asked about divergence. This is what we have for a divergence. Okay, do I scan for a divergence? No, but this is what you can build something. Okay. So if you go to any alert window and right click, configure, then search. So you notice I just typed in divergence. If you're looking for MACD, this is what we have for MACD. If you don't see it here, we don't have it. So in other words, if you wanted the 3-minute MACD crossing above the signal, we don't have it. Okay, so if you don't see it here, this is what we've tried to do, though. We tried to make it very a la carte so that the majority of our customers can find the combination of filters and alerts to create a scan if they want to create their own scans. Meanwhile, I'm hearing Grom over and over. So a little sympathy to Palt earlier. So let's take a trade. I want to show you how you can do a couple of things in the simulator. A lot of people like to take pullback trades first. They don't want to take a trade near the highs. That's fine. Let's show you how you could do that. Let's say I wanted to take this Neuro trade, NURO, and I'm looking here. I don't want to take it right now, but if it pulled back to say 934, right around this area here. So all you do is you pick how many shares you want to trade. 9.34 in both of these boxes, the price and the stop box. 9.34. Click the buy button and you will see a nice big blue line appear on the chart. So if Neuro goes down to 934, it'll take the trade. Okay, this is how you can practice a pullback trade. Now, at some point, if I don't want to do this, maybe the market just starts to really tank or something, or I don't like the way it's trading, or some news, for whatever reason, I just have to go to the order section and right click and cancel. Yeah, I'm going to show you a couple of things. This is how I would do it. I would not risk very much dollar-wise, but I'm going to explain what I'm talking about when you first start trading. So, that is taking a trade on a pullback. But let's take a trade right now. And again, if you're new to trading, here's the big concept. Let's see if I can find one that might be a little bit interesting. Probably not. Okay, this is a little more expensive. I don't like the spread. I'm trying to just find something that is... All right, let's take Levi, okay? Spread is okay. I'm going to show you why I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to buy, and this is in the simulator. Okay, so notice it took the trade at 26.50. I'm going to put my stop at 26.30. A stop, you say? What is that? Well, okay, when you get into trading, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. So the way I trade, and many in this trading room trade, is that you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the stock because it's just not working. So, again, when I take a trade, I have a bit of a checklist, okay? And if I cannot say yes to each thing that I'm looking for, I will not take the trade. In other words, I'm actually looking for reasons not to take a trade. I know it says contrary, but that's what I'm doing. I'm looking for reasons not to take a trade. But if I can satisfy my checklist, then I'll take the trade. So that's number one. Now, when I take the trade, I'm always going to know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Now, how I do it is, I'll take a look at the chart and I'll say, okay, I think this is an area of support, so that if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade and just move on. There are other ways. You can maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the 15-minute candle, or to a moving average. There are different ways of creating stops. You have to practice to get comfortable with creating stops. Okay? So, why did I put my stop 20 cents away? I did that just to make the math easy, because now here's the next concept, and who asked that question about they're looking to go live tomorrow. So when you get into trading, if you have, say, a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. if you, in the simulator, what I'm doing is I'm risking $100 a trade in the simulator, okay? So that is why I took 500 shares. Why 500? Because if I take my entry and I take my stop, the difference is 20 cents. That's why I put a 20-cent stop. I wanted to make the math super simple. Because now I take that stop, the difference, which is 20 cents, and I divide it into 100, what I'm willing to risk on the trade, and I get 500 shares. That's why in this, just as a demonstration, I took 500 shares in the simulator. Okay, so a couple of concepts. Placing a stop, and then the difference between where you get in and where your stop is, you take that difference and divide that into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. So for instance, somebody's starting brand new, I wouldn't risk very much per trade. Maybe start out with $50. I know you're not going to maybe make very much, but get your feet wet. Now the other thing is to obey your stop. Remember I was talking about looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade, but if you can sort of put a check beside every one of them, so you take the trade, it looks great. Maybe it's an earnings play, maybe it has some news, maybe the setup looks awesome. There's all sorts of room looking left. When you hear me talk about looking left all the time on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart, because I'm a momentum trader, so most of the things that I see are going to be near the highs or lows of the day if I'm shorting. But guess what? Even the best setup doesn't work all the time. Okay? So it's very important then because when you first start trading, you will start to second guess yourself on where you put your stop. Because, to obey your stop is really, in my opinion, very important. But, you get into that trade that looks awesome and it starts not working for you and it starts coming down to your stop price and you just get stubborn. You say, well, you know what, maybe I misinterpreted where I should put that stop. So I'm going to reduce my stop. I'm going to keep moving it lower and lower and lower, even as the price starts approaching the new stop. So instead of that $100 manageable loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell. Throw your hands up and say, man, why did I not obey my stop? It's hard. It's very hard, because, nobody wants, you have to get over the fact that, it's okay to take a loss. It really is. If it's a manageable loss, you just move on and on to the next one. And guess what? For all the reasons why you got into the trade and it didn't work, it may come back to the original setup and it may give you another entry. Maybe you were just a little early for whatever reason, and maybe it'll start working the second time. Okay? So, a lot of concepts to grasp, but, practice, 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 practice until you start trading with real money. All right, guys, now I can kind of concentrate on some of the things that are happening. So you'll notice here I got a today's profit and total profit and max profit, okay? Now this max should be, this takes a, it's sort of a bit of a, this is in the simulator, okay? So this is so important because the next difficult part of trading is knowing when to get out of a trade. Now, we've already talked about, getting out of a trade if your stop is hit, but now getting out of a trade if it's working, and trying to maximize your profits. So this can help, all right, having the today's profit and max P&L and the distance from the exit price. Now, I'm going to take this trade out right now. I'm going to flatten it. These are hotkeys. I'm going to show you why I'm doing this, just to demonstration purposes, okay? These are hotkeys. So if you highlight the trade and flatten, that gets you out of the trade. You can get out of half your trade, or you can double your trade. These are hotkeys. Now notice what it says here. It says the max P&L was 217. Where I got out was for 152. That's not terrible. Not terrible. You can't expect to get out right at the absolute top. But what you wouldn't want to see, for instance, is say a max P&L of 500 and you're getting out at say 150 or 100, or even worse, taking a loss. So this can kind of, you can kind of get a feel for, well, how good are my exits? Now the other thing is the distance from the exit price. So what you'd want to see here, if you went long something and you got out, see, this is the screw up here. The total P&L should not look like that. I don't know why it says that. I almost want to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that column. So the distance from the exit price, notice it says minus 9 cents. This is what you would really like to see. You want to see a big negative number. What is that telling you? That means that when you got out of the trade, it dropped a lot further, which of course is what we're always hoping for. You get out of a trade and then you watch it go down and go, yay, what a great exit. Okay? All right, guys, so let's take a look at, CPRX. That is not an options play. It could turn into an options play later. The volume is too low for it to trigger, but the option volume is getting close. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? So the market is still has not given it up. It is still basing up here. There is a mini red bar, but nothing terrible, of course. Yeah, guys, well, I still have my price alert set for CEI up around that $1.40 level. If it takes, this is how I would trade it, okay? This is how I be looking at it. I have my price alert set, okay? If you're not using this feature in Trade Ideas, our price alerts, you're not using it to its full advantage. Let me just get rid of some of these. Oops. So easy to set a price alert. So first of all, you have to have the price alert window up. You just click on new and then price alerts window. Okay. Now watch what I do. I minimize it. I don't have it up and running. Well, I have it up and running, but it doesn't take any screen space because this is what I do. I'll keep it up right here, but I'll show you. So let's say I wanted to put an alert here for CEI if it takes out, say, 134. So I can just go to the chart and try to position that dotted line right to that price. So it's 135. Create the price alert. Now I could of course type in and save. Okay, now notice there it is down here. Okay, I'm going to minimize this window. If it hits 135, what will happen is that window will pop up on my screen. I can put a sound alert on it also, same way as any other sound alert in another window. I also sort it on the triggered time, so I'll see it right at the top. Okay, I'll see it right at the top if it triggers. All right, guys, I'm just don't talk to me about RGP. No, it's one I should be in. Okay, it's from the AI. I can talk about it now. It's one I should be in. It's right up my alley in terms of the price range I like. I just missed it, but it's an earnings play, so that is one reason. But check, one of my checklists, and one of the things on my checklist when I take a look at if I get an alert, I'm always looking at the daily, weekly, and monthly chart. Why? Because virtually everything that I'm going to see from any one of my alert windows is going to be near or at the day's high. So I'm not having to worry about any intraday resistance. So now I'm looking at, okay, where is the next high looking left on the daily or the weekly or the monthly? Well, you can see there's nothing. There's nothing stopping this. I'm not saying this is going to get up to $23, but you look left on that monthly, there's a huge gap to fill. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's an earnings play. This is why it has, it's active. It's trading 9.6 times normal. It's not a lot of volume, though. It's still not a lot of volume, but, typically when a stock has earnings, that's when it'll have a lot of activity over the course of the day. And I like the ones from the AI. I like the ones under $20. That's what I concentrate on. You don't have to do the same thing. Well, on the other hand, I love IB's news. Now, I think IB's news is awesome. They extract so much from Benzinga and almost their pay source, but that's me. That's just me, obviously. I think it's a great news source, and it's free. If you have IB, it's basically free. So this LXP shows up on Real Scan, but let's take a look left. 1394, 1394, sorry, 1410. So for me to take this trade, it would have to break 14. First of all, I'm a just somebody who doesn't like to take trades right underneath a whole number. I like to see it break a whole number, and then if it does, but You know, I mean, I'm looking here. 1410 is the next high. That's too close. So I would wait personally for it to break above 1411 if I'm going to take this trade. So I put a price alert here. Now I don't have to stare at it anymore. Now if it takes out that level, it's not that I just hop in on the trade. I want to see it take it out on volume. Okay, I want to see volume also. And it's not the absolute volume, it's more volume in relation to what was happening before. So for instance, I'd like to see a nice big 15-minute bar at least this big or bigger. Or, you know, in the 5, I'll be looking left to see, okay, what is it? Because look what happened. I mean, this is yesterday, of course. But, you know, the volume, there's a little bit of a volume peak here. But the volume has just been tapering off. So what you'd want to see, for me anyway, the way I trade, is momentum. How do you create momentum? Volume. But I don't have to stare at this anymore. I've set my price alert. And if it happens, it'll pop up on my screen. I'll click on the alert. The charts will load. And then I'll see. You're talking about Real Scan? Yeah, I don't think he minds. I just made a couple of changes. So, you know, I added you don't have to do the same thing. So what I did was I just upped the minimum volume to 500,000. I think Real had 100,000. I upped it to 500,000, and I don't think he had a relative volume, and I put a relative volume of 1 just to make sure it was trading at least. Otherwise, I was getting too many alerts. So again, when you load it, just right click on it, and you'll see the filters that I'm using. And you know, you don't have to, you can change anything you want, but the concept is it's a 10-day break. And so, you know, the 10-day break, both on the upside and the downside, just have to flip it to get the ones moving down, a 10-day break on the way down. Yeah, I have to admit, Tilray kind of surprised me. I thought it would fade. So Robert in the YouTube room asked me if I run any scans after market close or before the open. Absolutely. Well, especially before the open. And if you have my, I'll pop my homepage link in. Or yeah, my homepage. So if you click on that link, and then you'll find the section. You click on that link, and you'll see my scan section is right here. So if you click here, so these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: gap up and down shared, pre-market actives up and down. So these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Now, what I do for post-market, I don't trade the post-market that much. You know, I got into it a little bit a couple of weeks ago, but I'm not really, depends how tired I am. But you can always click on new, and then the dock channel bar, and we have an after hours scanner. You go right down to the bottom here, after hours. You'll see nothing right now because Obviously, it's not after hours yet. So at 4 o'clock, though, Eastern Time, you'll start to see some action in here. Okay? What a move by the SPY, guys. I mean, this has been, now I don't know if it's going to hold, but I mean, this is pretty, this is awesome. We had a huge gap up, number one, and then the first 45 minutes, it was, it obviously held the gap and more. And now it's just kind of basing, a couple little red bars here, but they're not too big yet. I don't know what's, I'm not going to predict what's going to happen, but well, so Robert, what you can do is the after hours, okay? This is what I have done. If you want to just concentrate on the after hours, you can go to configure, and now see there is you might want to up that volume as an example. I mean, it's 50,000. It's not terrible, okay? Okay, notice how dull, whoops, just a minute. All right, so there's the CEI, guys. Okay, so and it happened on volume. What you do is up to you, but it did happen on volume, the CEI. So Robert, just to put a stamp on what I was saying, you can always up. If you take a look at that channel, that channel, the post-market channel, after hours channel, you can always up the volume. And then you'll only see, stocks that have got plenty of after hours volume if you wanted to. Have I heard of first in? No, never thought about it. Zoro, never thought about it. Okay, so I don't do this, but Real will use fibs. You can, and I don't use fibs in the same way. Well, I don't use them at all. Heretical. But yeah, when it's an all-time high, I mean, you can use something like fibs to look at extended fibs where a stock could go to hits a fib value. For me, it's more of it's a feel. Okay. When a stock is at an all-time high, I love it and if it's moving, I love it. Then it's a little more of a feel where I'm going to get out or take some off. The other thing is Bollinger Bands. I mean, a lot of people in the room will use these Bollinger Bands. You notice these are these brown lines here. So if a stock is above, say the 5-minute, right now, like the way CEI is above, they might look at that and go, that's too far above. So the further above it goes, as if it started to fall, you might want, like the price started to fall, you might want to take some off, as an example. I mean, that's one way to do it. Because you could look at that and say, wow, the stock is really extended. Yeah, 20 period, 2 stand, yes. Yeah, well, that, yes. For these on the chart, on my charts, yes. All right, guys, it is now 11:16, so yeah, I'll be on a break in a little over half an hour from now. And hi, Chloe. Let's see if my premise on mankind was correct, MNKD. I know this showed up in one of my scans, but I looked at it and, okay, so what are my reasons for not taking a trade? Too close to the next high, right off the bat. The minute I see that, I don't take the trade. Waking up. Nicolette. Do I ever? Well, there was certainly a short bias. You mean, do I short it? I'm not a great bounce trader, Robert, if that's what you're asking. I'm not a great bounce trader. The reason I'm not is because I don't concentrate it on enough. I had to figure out, what sort of a trader what could I concentrate on? So that I'm not just tugged in a million different directions all day long. So that's when, I made the decision that I'm more of a momentum trader. So liking to see stocks near the highs or near the lows. Okay, and then looking left to see what sort of room they have. I'm not a great bounce trader. Now this is looking interesting for a bounce. I mean, it's just hanging over that 20. Hey, what's having a good day? I don't know if the memers have got a hold of this one, the Bed Bath & Beyond. But Bed Bath & Beyond, of course, this was a big meme stock. What's the high is 1520. Looking left, so it's taken that out. And looking left, 1567. It's got a little bit of room. So, of course, this had a disastrous earnings result back here. So again, guys, my option scanner not very active. It hasn't been active all week. I think it'll really pick up next week um, when earnings season starts. SLCA from Real Scan is on the move. You know what I'm going to have to do with your scan reel? I'm going to have to do one of those don't repeats. Put it beside it because I want to see where the first alert happened. Probably around 9:49. He would sort it on price. Oh, good. I couldn't figure that out. Okay. That's something interesting, sure. I think I'd also like, though, for me to have the don't repeat on it as a duplicate, just so I can keep track. You know, so much happen. You know, as you know, I'm doing a lot of different things, and you know, I sort of lose sight. I have a sound alert on it, but you know, for me to scan down to see where the first alert was, to see how far has it gone, it's a little hard for me to do that right now. That's so. For instance, next just showed up. So why wouldn't I take next? Hands up. Why would I not take next? There you go. Look left. So that doesn't mean that it's not going to, you know, break right through. But when I look at next, you know, and the alert was at from Real Scan was at 329. I look left, I see 339. I mean, to me, that's just too close. This is, you know, 344. This is 343. To me, there's just a little too much resistance. I don't want to see any of this when I get into a trade. That doesn't mean, you know, that it's not going to keep ripping higher and through this. But for me, it's a reason not to take the trade. Yeah, I mean, listen, you guys heard me talk about the CEI. Absolutely real, 100%. I get it, but you know that's just a rule I've got. It's hard for me to take a trade when I see what I think is a lot of resistance up. And as I said, it doesn't mean it won't, as you say, turbocharge right through it. I get it. But I think we have enough scans, opportunities from that scan, for instance, that, you know, I can bypass that and only take the ones that I think have room to go. So I'm in Canada. I don't, I don't think that there are. I know the term. I've heard the term wash sale, but I don't think we have that in Canada. So it doesn't affect me. Yeah, I don't think we have that in Canada. Like we obviously don't have the pattern day trade rule in Canada, and I don't think we have a wash sale rule in Canada. No, under five is I don't mind the ones. It's from my option scanner that I'm a little reluctant the ones under five unless it's got room. Hint hint, like CEI. Yeah, I don't think it's a Canadian rule. I just don't think it is. Robert, I'm almost. I've heard that asked a while ago, several years ago, and no, it'll have to be. I think that is like a tax rule or something. I don't think it's a. I don't think it can't be different from brokerage to brokerage. Ah, well, I don't know. It's not in Canada. That's all I know. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I'm going to put my. I have to change headsets. Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. Yes, absolutely is a sick puppy. Definitely liking that scan reel. Thanks for, I make a couple adjustments for me, but, the concept of a 20-day high, 20-day low, I'm sorry, 10, not 10, I'm sorry, 10-day high or 10-day low, especially, on days where my option scanner is just not active. Okay, the first thing you should do if you're new and you just signed up today, Sunil, is before you do anything else, if you go to my homepage link, I'll pop it in. Okay, so go to my homepage link. Okay, so when you click on it, this is what you'll see. Okay, now go to the education section right there. Click here, and this is the first thing I would do. The 20 introductory lessons. Okay, do yourself a favor, spend the time. It won't take that long, but spend the time. Take the lessons because it talks about the channel bar course, about what is a top list, build a top list, what is an alert window, goes down to the cloud, the single stock window that you see here, the introduction to the AI, Holly, Brokerage Plus. So do yourself a favor before you do anything else so you can become at least a little bit familiar with trade ideas before you try to get into creating scans, or you don't have to create any scans. You can take all my scans. I have a scan section right here. You can even have my layout, basically the layout that you see. But before you do any of that, take the lessons, okay? That's the first thing you should do. I wouldn't do anything else until then. Also, it depends. Are you a brand new trader? I'm sorry, it's not a 20-day. I made a mistake. It's a 10-day. No, it's something from real. I mean, I can give you. I think I put it up here, so I can give it to you. I know real doesn't mind. So that is the 10-day breakout. Not 20. I made a mistake. Now here's another one that just showed up on my option scanner, but you're right, it is under $5. I'm not wild, but let's take a look here. So it's through the 200-day, there's 319. You look left, what do we see? 362, that's too close. And then we see 375. So this is what I'm going to do. I am going to put an alert at 375. I know it's far away. It may not happen. But what if it happens tomorrow? Okay, what if it happens tomorrow? Then we look left, and you know we have a high way up here of almost $6. So that is what I'm going to do. Now I'm not going to take the trade right now. I just think there's just too much resistance nearby. But this could be interesting if it does take it out. Listen, it might take it out today. But let's just say it rested under, maybe it got up to 360 today, and then tomorrow it takes this out. Well, look at the room it's got. So obviously we had the one good one from the AI, the RGP, the one I should be in. Still probably the volume is not, yeah, it's still, I mean, it, you know, is a bit of a tough one because of the volume. I mean, the relative volume is great, but and the spread, I mean, the spread is not awful. But so if you had that alert down here, you can see right there, there was the alert, 1814. That a song, I took a little trip. There's the scan, okay, Saeed. There is the scan. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Every time when I hear that name, I think of Lost. It's right here. Okay, Sam, right here. So this is such a different. You got that right, Saeed. So this is such a different day from yesterday because, but they're both kind of working. But you know, the daily breakdown and the daily break out. You know, yesterday, of course, with the way the market was, the daily breakdowns, but they're still good today. I like this scan a lot, especially when if my option scanner is not going to produce that many alerts. It definitely gives us some focus. Now, the other thing that could really get it rocking is if some of these traded options. Yeah, so I mean, it's traded the correct number. So the reason why you don't get too many here is because, you know, I've put some pretty tough filters in place. You know, I mean, it's got to have at least 2,000 contracts. It has to be at least, that has to represent at least 3 times normal, what it would normally have done over the last 10 days. So right there, these two are preventing, but that's what I want. I don't want too many. I guarantee, you know, that over the next couple of weeks, when we get into earnings play, you're going to see a lot more coming into this scan. I stuck it out right to the end, Saeed. Right to the end. All right, guys, let's see. It's 11:37, so I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there at noon. So there is the link to YouTube. Don't go now. There's no point. I mean, I'm still moderating the room. So, but at noon, if you want, you can head over there. Andy will be there. I'm sorry, Jamie. Jamie will be there. Ah, yes. Okay, that's the link for the scan. Okay. All right, guys. So, case in point, look at Levi right now. Okay, so this is why I was saying the distance from the exit price, the max P&L, and today's profit. Very cool to have these. Okay, this tells you, okay, the most I could have made if I'd got out exactly at the high when I was in the trade was $217. When I exited the trade, I made 152. Again, this is in the simulator. But look at this. The distance from the exit price is 36 cents, 37 cents. So you would look at that and go, great, that was a great exit. Okay, because where I exited, it's 36 cents below. That's what you want to see. Whoa, the RGP. Well, this is going to be, you know, I do a stock of the day video. And of course, you know, we try to promote the product and all. This will have to be my stock of the day video. This is one I absolutely 100% should be in from the AI. You know, it's exactly what I look for. I mean, look at the gap. Look at the gap. I mean, my goodness. When you say, is this live trading, this is in the simulator. This is real data, real-time data, if that's what you mean. There are all sorts of different trading styles, Sunil. Okay, I'm just somebody. It doesn't have to be a gap. For me, if it's making a new high or a new low, but I'm a momentum trader. All sorts of different trading styles in this trading room. Well, I'm in CEI. I'll tell you that. I listen. This is not a room in which I tell people what to buy and sell. I don't want to influence anybody to do what I do. But what happens is I will say something like, well, guys, CEI showed up on my option scanner. I set an alert. I said I would like, I'll be very interested in taking this trade if when we get that price alert and it happens on volume. So, that's what happened. So, but I'm not going to say, okay, guys, everybody should take CEI. It has to meet your trading plan. I'm not just talking to you, Sunil, but it doesn't meet your trading plan. Maybe it's too cheap. Maybe it's, there can be a million reasons why it doesn't meet a person's trading plan. I think he's kidding. Yeah, he's just kidding. I know that. He's just kidding. Yeah. And so is William kidding. Problem is, I have to respond to all those things because you get new people in and they don't know you, William, from, I know there's a metaphor somewhere. I thought of a hole in the ground. Somehow I didn't seem to be right. Okay, guys, so I'm just going to do a quick check to make sure it is Jamie in the room today. And Jamie is way more of a swing trader than I am, so here's another interesting one. Is this a SPAC? Almost just based on the no, okay, red wire, okay. Look at the day it's having. I didn't see this one at all. RDW. W. And rheology. Another one that is, well, it's an interesting look right here. I mean, you can see, it's got a lot of resistance in the monthly chart. If they can somehow take that out, it's got some room. All right, well, let's take a look at BBIG. Is it resting finally, or is it stopped its descent? Well, I can't make any prediction on this one. I mean, all the little pre-market hoopla about it, okay? And it's just been fading ever since. So, I mean, to me, there's no, to me, I can't tell which way it's going. I mean, yeah, it's had a little bit of a pop here, but you know, unless you get some volume coming in, like some big volume coming in to prop it up. So also had a cross right there, 548. Okay, so that cross can indicate, you know, the crossing of the 8 EMA below the 20 SMA can indicate, you know, a more of a downturn. So. My only thing is make sure you have a stop, okay? So if you're in at 535, make sure you have a stop. Now, I have a feeling I know I'm sort of talking to myself. I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, guys. So I think let me try this. Try something here. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new chart. Okay, I'm just going to try something here. Bear with me. Again, this is not available yet. This is in beta. I'm going to pick something horrible. Ooh, I better not do that. No, because I won't be able to duplicate it. So just give me a moment. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Now, so you know we've had this question asked before. We've never been able to do something like this. I know it's in most charting programs. Understanding that this is it's not a full-blown charting package. So now what you can do is you can group your charts together by color, as an example. Okay. So for instance, if you wanted RGB just to show up in these two charts and not the other ones, even though you've got symbol linking, you're going to be able to start doing things like that. So group charts together rather than, right now, what what you have with symbol linking is it's either linked or it's not. Well, now you can link, you can group a couple of charts together if that's what you want to do. Let me see how that works. All right, now let me figure that out though. So I got these two linked as red. All right, I'm gonna play around with it, but now, so now you can, if I just wanted these three charts to be linked together, I mean, right now, again, you only have, you guys only have in symbol linking is either symbol linking or not symbol linking. All right, so that's why when I click on an alert right now, these are all symbol linked. Took a while, but Jan is all, but the SPY does not move, change because I have it unchecked. All right, guys, I think we've got a winner now with the CEI. Becca, don't listen. Now, where it's going, I have no idea. But I do know this. There's a pretty big gap. I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere close to 326, obviously, but okay, why? Why, Jesse? Why is it going to 173? What's the basis for that? Resistance level on the 15s. Okay, where are you seeing a resistance on the 15s? Where are you seeing that? You're talking about a 15-minute chart? Again, I'm just trying to figure out where you're seeing resistance at 173 on the 15-minute chart. I guess if I back this out a bit, is that what you're talking about? Okay, I see what you. Okay, at least that I see what you're looking at right there. Maybe this is 3 days ago or 2 days ago, right there. Okay. Okay, I mean that makes some kind of sense. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:57. So I'm going to put my little note in here that I'll be out for till about 12:50. It's not set for any look back. You're talking, I mean, I can scroll back if I want, but it's not set for anything. If that's what you mean. Okay, great, Jamie, thank you. I will stop right now. Have a nice hour in the YouTube room. Okay, great, Jamie, thank you. I will stop right now. Have a nice hour in the YouTube room. Okay, great, Jamie, thank you. I will stop right now.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the live support session. I'll be with you for the next hour while Barry takes his break. I am Jamie. If someone could be so kind as to let me know that you can see and hear the chat panel, that would be much appreciated. And I'll just pull my pen up here for whatever we might need it for. Heard Barry talking about the CEI here, obviously a stock that's been in play over the past few days. Kind of a wild ride that we've had in that stock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago, capitulating way up here, close to the $5 level, only to get smacked pretty much all the way back down. And now, nice little opening range break on the 15-minute, as we can see right here. Once this level right here was cracked, getting a nice little lift of about 20 cents, 143-ish up to 163 at current. Thank you very much, Town, letting me know they can see and hear. Appreciate that. Got a decent little crowd in here, I think. Let's take a peek. Yeah, a nice little crowd. So, just keep in mind, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you have any questions about functionality of the product, maybe some configuration issues, or just anything in general, use that questions panel to put it out there, and I'll do my best to answer. AI kind of hit and miss today. A little bit of green on the blotter, of course. A little bit of green spread between a lot of trades there, and then two larger losers eating most of that up today. RGP, the best one thus far. Get my single stock window over here. But as with any day, lots of things doing their thing. I mean, look at this guy right here. Of course, Pacific Gas and Electric, oil and gas stocks have been just moving really well. If we take a look at, well, I thought I typed it in. There we go. USO, been in play as of late as well. Getting up to this little area right here, trying to figure out what it's going to do. But any oil and gas, oil, natural gas, drillers, producers, all that good stuff has definitely been in play as of late. All right, kind of quiet in the questions panel. If you got a question, don't be shy. I've got my all-time low ticker visible over here on the bottom left. I'm going to see if the same thing that I've been seeing is holding true as of late. As I click through these symbols, a lot of these things that have been hitting all-time lows lately don't have a lot of trading history. Seems like that's not the case today. But boy, the other day it was just full of these new issues that have only been around for, a limited amount of time. This looks similar to what I've been seeing, AVAH. Just to make sure, let's zoom out a little bit more, take a look at the weekly. And there you can see this company just went public back in April 26th of this year. And you can see how it's performed. Little bit of a rise, got everybody excited, and now we're at all-time lows. So interesting to see that most of the things coming through here. Here's another one, Swim, only coming public once again in April. Trailing off like this. So I'm trying to make sense of this. Is it a sign of things to come? If all these new issues are performing so poorly, well, does that mean anything? And I guess depending on who you are, it might mean one thing, and to somebody else it might mean another. But where I'm interested mostly in this type of information is, well, it hasn't been real easy to find good short plays as of late, and assuming these things are shortable, might be an avenue to finding some decent short trades. Hey David, how are you? Little excitement around the Trade Ideas camp today. We got a new build. Of course, I haven't been able to install it because I've got some strategies running in Brokerage Plus that I don't want to interrupt. But after the close today, I'll be installing the new build. And the chatter around one of the new features is the ability to link different trading windows, or strategy windows, or alert windows, I should say, to independent charts. So when you click on one, it only goes to a specific chart. So I'll be playing around with that after the close today when I can install that new version. They've been cranking out quite a few new versions as of late. A little bit more enhanced colorization capabilities as well. All right, we got a big crowd in here. Can't believe nobody has a question. I'm just going to scroll through some charts here, see if any questions come through. Lots of things coming through this downside ticker. Not really seeing a whole lot of good setups. That's kind of a funny one right there. Of course, you probably had to be pretty quick to get a short off in this area right here. But boy, from 97 all the way down to 75. Pretty significant move there. Yeah, relative volume of a mere 14.6. No earnings until November. A few blurbs coming through. Which this one seems positive, but obviously some selling in that one today. Just kicking out a little over 1 million shares, which tells me if you got 14 relative volume and 1 million shares traded, typically this little guy does not trade much volume. Of course, we can always add that metric just by throwing up a 3-month average there to get an idea. I'm going to bet that it's pretty low. And there you have it. Average volume in a month. Over 3 months, not even 200,000 per day. Hello, Mr. Mike. Surely you jest, sir. Of course, Barry's unusually high options volume window, kicking out some interesting things. Behemoth ExxonMobil, everybody knows who they are. Yeah, probably flat on the signal, 60, 65, up about 20 cents at current from that initial trigger. ONDS 1052, that one's down a smidge. Nice little march up on this guy. Of course, 25.75 or 25.86, so only a dime, but such an orderly transition upwards. Okay, question, are those up blue arrows the AI signaling the buy? So let's see, EK, I'm assuming you're meaning, say, this arrow here. Oh, you're talking about on the longer term chart. Okay. So just I'll cover both of those. So right here, this is just me clicking on TTM, and it's telling me this is the candle 921. That would be the 915 15-minute candle for that blue arrow. Now, because I'm on weekly, we can see all of the times that the AI was signaling a buy or a sell in TTM. So that is correct. On the weekly chart, these are all of the AI buy and sell signals. So it caught it pretty good here for a nice up move. If if you saw the AI issuing this on an intraday basis and you thought, hey, this might be good for a swing trade, it was a nice little move from say 29.30ish up to 44.25 and hit it pretty good for 3 different sells here, which would have been decent swing trades as well. But yes, that's what these arrows are. Notice if I go back to daily, right? You might see one or two, depending on how many days you're displaying there. But if you really want a good idea how active was the AI in any stock that you pull up, boom, we can pull up that weekly, get a nice view there of all the AI signals in the past. And if we even went further and looked at monthly, you might be able to get some more, but it looks like those are all of the AI signals. Okay, JYNT. So I clicked on JYNT from this level here, and those are also, or excuse me, this window here. Just taking a look at intraday. Of course, it's gonna flag. You can barely see the little blue arrow because that was the candle in which this alert fired. Okay, but you can also see the longer term AI hits as well. So I think that's what you were getting at there, EK. If you need me to go into a little bit more detail, just let me know. And I'm sure JYNT has been coming through pretty ferociously. So see, I clicked on it earlier time. Boom, as it's hitting lows, it was coming through all these candles. But of course, that was the capitulation candle there. All right, no problem. Glad to help. But what I will say about this all-time low ticker, notice the colors here. We've got a bunch of yellows, and then we have a few blues in here. Okay, look at this guy. Well, we're on month, so not that young. But this is the limited daily history. Another thing I like to do when you see something with a really limited trading history, whether it's an IPO or maybe it got reborn as a SPAC or something like that, to get an idea of where, resistance and supply might be, or excuse me, supply and demand might be, resistance and support. I always like to do that anchored VWAP. So if we click on the studies up here, click on the little anchor, and where you anchor, we can anchor it a lot of different places. The first day of trading is always interesting because we can see here, as soon as this little guy came to life, boom, 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 that purple line there anchored to the first day of trading acted clearly as support, and then boom, took a little beef below it, and then shot right up. Okay, come down here on this day, closes here, thinking, hey, it's going to act as support, and then of course they gap it down, tap, 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 and move lower. Now that's anchoring it to the first day of trading, but you can always anchor to things that you think might be interesting, like that top up there. So I'm just going to refresh the chart here, get rid of the anchor, and now we'll anchor it to that blow off top up there. And you can see how it pretty much tapped it down as well, just anchoring from a different point there. Hello to you as well, Iris. And David's asking, what is the icon heartbeat line at right of green ball on the TI bar? This is a new thing that they've added in, and when I click on it, you're going to see it pulls up a little panel here for performance monitor. It's going to show you how many alert windows you have up, price alerts, top list, brokerage plus, is it active? Yes. Single stock window, how many charts you have up, how many links are established, just a lot of metrics. More importantly, your local resources and how much of those are being used. You can see right here CPU usage, pretty low. That's always a good sign. How much of your memory is being used as well, and how long the program's been active. Just a nice little panel there, and hopefully you never really have to use that thing. You know, when things are going good, no reason to pull this up really, unless you're just trying to geek out, which is not so bad from time to time. But predominantly inserted, so if people start to have issues, we might be able to see where those issues are occurring. And you know, if the numbers are green, typically good. Don't really know why my rows, it's probably from all the top lists that I have minimized, are yellow, but green is good. Yeah, just some tech goodies in there to help troubleshoot if things do go sideways for you. All right, Josh, just reading your question there. In the back test, you can configure a custom alert exit. How do you actually do a custom alert in a live strategy? That is a good question. And, you know, really, let's just pop into this window here. Let's pull up the back tester just to give everybody an idea of what you're talking about here. Of course, we have our entry time, time to exit, risk management, and then in advanced, right? So notice I'm not using anything here, okay? But I could say, all right, and let's say I was using a profit target and a stop loss, and we'll just leave these at $1, and a time to exit as well. So I've got three reasons why the trade could be closed out. Either a timed exit hits, we get a profit target hit, or we get a stop loss hit. That's three reasons, whichever comes first. I could add a fourth here, all right? And let's say this was a long strategy. I could add the additional criteria just by hitting the configure button. You know what? If this thing hits a new low, also get me out. Then I've added that fourth criteria there. Now the question was, let me back up here. How do you do actually the customer and live strategy? Now, Josh, are you talking about Brokerage Plus or just watching the window manually? I'm assuming it's Brokerage Plus. And let me just get my Brokerage Plus. Okay, hold on one second. Get my strategies pulled up here. And I want to say it is still not doable because here we are looking at my risk management in a strategy that I've been testing out. Okay, we got a stop loss, we got a target. Of course, if we're using these things, then the trailing stop becomes disabled for obvious reasons. And then we just have hold time, right? So at current levels, or the current state of Brokerage Plus, if we're using a stop loss and a profit target, you can insert custom things over here right? If you're into custom formulas. But at current, there is no, oops, wrong click. There's no way to articulate this into Brokerage Plus at current, in the current build. We hope to add that at some point because, here we can say trailing stop, okay? And trailing stop is available. But when we go to configure, and keep in mind, we can just use a simple alert, a simple filter setting, or we could create a whole other strategy that has to trigger in order for this option to be calculated into the backtest. But there's no way to articulate that into Brokerage Plus currently. Hopefully, before too long, we'll have something for that. All right, I don't know why my top list blanked out like that, but fortunately it came back. My ping time is still good. I see your question there, Iris. Well, unless they snuck something in on me while I was sleeping. Okay, we still don't have EMA filters, right? We've got these alerts, or excuse me, we've got our SMA filters, but no EMAs. So configuring a strategy for 20 and 50 EMA crosses, it's the same old song and dance. Now, we do have something in development that hopefully will soon, but when that might be, don't know. I'll tell you what the coders tell me. It'll be ready when it's ready. We're trying to make something like that available, but at present time, let me see if I have anything in the cloud. But as far as settings go, I'll tell you what, we can just always get to walk through a little exercise here. Okay, so 20 crossing 50 EMA. First, let's see, or excuse me, SMA. Da, 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 da. Pardon me, I'm just trying to juggle a few chats here. Let's see, 20 and 50. 20 period and 200. It's been so long since I looked at these alerts. All right, so we got the 20 period crossing above the 200, but not the 50, okay? So if we wanted to try to do something like this, we would have to more than likely use a top list or a filter combination within the alert window, but filters would be where it's at. Change, let me just see something real quick here. Yeah. Change is definitely where it is. So I tell you what, let's go top list route. No filters in there, just a bunch of columns, relative volume. Okay, we'll leave those columns in. Okay. Now, it would really depend on where you want to see them. Okay, um, how far above? Let's see, 20, the 20 crossing the 50. Or, hold on, the brain is just churning here. Maybe one alert, maybe crossed above the 20 period with a, well, no, that's not going to do it. 20 period. We don't want crossed above the 20 period. We want the 20 period crossing the 50. So, yeah, alert. No good. We just have to install some columns here and then play around with the min-maxes. Now, Iris, you were talking about the daily, right? Or do you want the smaller time frames? But we can use, say, like let's just pick 60-minute for a case study here. Okay, so we're going to show that column. Then we're going to do the 50. Well, okay. Period SMA. Okay, well, I guess it's going to have to be the daily. All right, so we'll install that column. We will have to delete that column now. And we'll just go back to 20 for the daily. Okay. Now there's a couple different ways to do this. You could insert mins and maxes, or you could just take note of where these guys are in the change. So if you wanted 20 butting up to the 50 or crossing, well, and let's just expand out here. So we got the 20 in red and we got the 50 in the pinkish color. All right, which it's a little hard to see bleeding into here, but we would want to target coinciding numbers here. Okay, so this would be below. Okay, the 50 period here would be too far below. So if you wanted to find them just as they were kind of crossing, we'd have to come in here and definitely set some mins and maxes there. Any guesses, Iris, what you'd need to put in these min-max fields for that? And Josh, I see your question here. We'll fiddle around with these settings here and then we'll tackle your question as well. High of day volume scanner. Yeah, we can do that. It's pretty simple. Well, the way I look at it is pretty simple. But getting back to Iris's question here for the 2050 SMA cross, what we do is first we'd figure out the settings, okay? If they have to be, do you want them above, right? So we'd put a 0 in here, and then we could say we don't want it more than 0.5% away, okay? The price is no more than 1% above, the price is at or not below, right? And you can pretty much do the same thing for the 50. So all of these things should be kind of lining up. Of course, boom, look what happens. That's a little too tight. Keeping in mind, those are the only filter settings that we have in play, right? So we'd probably have to loosen these up significantly, right? And go, okay, how about -2 and 2, -2 and 2, no more than 2% above, no more than 2%, so we got a little window there. And we're still not really getting anything, which is interesting. Okay, all right. I think I might be pointed to a list here. Aha, I was like, something's wrong. Okay, boom. So going back to that tighter setting, we should get results, whereas before we did not. So 0 and 1 again. Okay. So we're still a little high on the 50. Okay. Now there was a 2050 cross back here, right? So there's lots of different ways to try to go in here and dissect that. You know, we could always pull up stocks like this, find out the exact time and day on the intraday chart of where these things were coinciding. But I tell you what, we can thin out this list a lot by adding some volume criteria, which typically just like to do that via relative volume. And we'll say at least relative volume of 2. I think I've already got that column. Did that change stick? Yep, it did. Okay. High volume, but just too thin. I was hoping that would thin out some of the these just ones that aren't really that desirable. So let's put a little average daily volume in there. And we'll just say something like 500,000. Okay, wow, maybe that's a little overkill. But you can see all of the moving averages coinciding there. And some of these are going to be nice crosses right where you want them. But, you know, keep in mind, you can always widen these things out as far as proximity to the moving averages. Now, Josh, back to your question there. Ideas for building high of day volume scanners, okay? As I said earlier, I like the simple approach, okay? These windows right here, turbo breaks up, relative volume, turbo breaks down, relative volume. That's what they're looking at. You know, the only alert that's attached here is new high, okay? But the kicker is in the relative volume, okay? Saying relative volume of at least 3 and had to have traded 100,000 shares already. And typically the things that are coming through here are nice and liquid and tradable, okay? So, you know, unless I'm missing something here, high of day, volume scanner. Right, and what you said, Josh, about you've been experimenting with the minutes after open filter code. Anytime that you're looking at things, now are you looking at things right on the open? Or, you know, what are you putting in that filter? Yeah, Iris, hold on one second. And Iris, I'm seeing if there's another one out there that might be pre-built before I give you this one, because this one's going to take some tweaking. Okay, D. Calhoun, what's a buy for now? Well, you tell me and we'll both know. Um, could be anything, but not really going to sit here and point out trades for people right now because, well, I'm not really in my in trading mode right now. We can take a look at some things that I think might have some potential, but you have to keep in mind, due to regulatory issues, we can't sit here and tell people, what to do. But I can certainly tell you what I think looks good. Um, and if we just kind of scroll through my favorite windows here, well, the markets have not been the kindest as of late. It's more of a scalper's market right now as we, look what we're doing right here on the SPY. We took our little spill down to here, found some support. Now we're popping back up here. This level right here and where we're, butting up to right now, as we can see, is a crucial level. Okay, so are we going to close to here, maybe gap up tomorrow? Maybe we go through this line today and close strong. That would be good for all the bulls out there. And maybe this area right here could begin to act as support as opposed to resistance, but we don't know until something happens. Other scenarios that we cycle back down in here, and for all we know, we could be chopping around in this range for a while. We just have to wait and see. But while we're in this range right here, it's going to be anything goes. Might have good upside days, good downside days, but the trades are getting a little bit more slippery. A lot of people that have been swing trading a lot are going to scalp mode right now for obvious reasons. But what might be good right now? Don't know. Let's check out the AI and see if anything might be setting up for a continued move here. RGP. Is that all-time highs? Let's take a peek at the weekly. Nope. We got a little gap going on here, which is interesting. All right, looks like this might be in play on the weekly. Notice the gap here, but of course we got a little congestion back from here. And notice that's right where this thing wicked out today. So just like we were looking at the SPY, this is a kind of a crucial level looking at the weekly chart for RGP on whether it might continue or not. Doesn't really tickle my fancy there. And THC taking its little spill back down. Based on what we're seeing right here, this one might be good to keep eyes on for a pullback alert because, it's trying to find some footing right here. And of course, keep in mind, we're looking at weekly here. All right. We may bounce off this level here. So this might be a good, this might be good moving forward. We might take a little leg back up. All right. But if we close the week below here, might be more downside to go. Let's just take a look at the daily here. And, kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. So if I was trying to pick something that might be a good swing trade, THC doesn't look too shabby, maybe for a bounce play. And of course, you got your risk levels mapped out right here. Just got out of load. And of course, you know, if you're in the trading room with Barry, Barry's always pointing out some very good movers, winners, shakers, and whatnot. You unload, you know, tickets will pop up and just slowly wedging back down if we drew some trend lines there. Back to this area here, which appears at current levels to be acting as support. Well, thanks, Mike. Surely you jest, but I'll take it. Get a little bit of water here. Hello to you as well, Bill. Development team in what capacity? Am I a coder? No, I wish I knew how to code. Now, as far as developer is like, okay, it'd be good if we had this, or make a suggestion to add a feature to the software. Yeah, myself and all the other, you know, trader slash trainer individuals that we have here at the firm, we all contribute ideas. But of course, you know, just because we like something doesn't mean that it gets inserted, but we kind of do the same thing as we do the feature requests from you all, the user base. Put it on the user list, or excuse me, the user request list, and typically the things that are requested the most end up making it into the product, and that's kind of how it works here with all of us trainer slash trader guys. We make recommendations. Sometimes our things get put in. Of course, if everybody sees the benefit in it, then it has more of a likelihood of getting implemented. Awesome. So, Bill, typically, you know, I don't know if you've done it before. If you have a feature request, you just send the feature request over to info@trade-ideas.com, and then it will get added to the list. What do I think long-term on load? Well, let's take a look-see here. Just compress it out, or excuse me, zoom out a little bit. Well, on the daily, you know, certainly has been a wild ride, especially after this last big candle up to right about the $10 level, and it's just wedged back down. This little area right here acting as support for now, right? Notice how we wick down a little bit as well, coinciding with this area here and even this little period back here, prior resistance. Gapped above it, came back down, did it again, went even higher, and now it's back down to this level right here. So this is the area of interest, you know, and if you're, you know, depending on if you just took out a long position or opened a long position, well, you know, risk is going to be below this level here. Now, depending on what percentage below this level, you know, if we're kind of using this as a guideline, we could kind of mark it up a little bit more with some of the, you know, what we see back here as far as the median of that price range right there. You could say, well, if you're long right here, good luck. Maybe use down here as a swing trade exit. But I'd definitely rather be long than short on load right now. What kind of alerts and filters would you add to a block scanner? Strategies trying to pick up big buyers before a biotech conference. Block scanner. Okay, for the biotech stocks only, I would assume. Well, we do have the block alert, and we do have, you know, the custom lists, right? Okay, so back to the biotech, pre-biotech conference. So it's only going to be biotech stocks. We could add the alert. We can also add a column for quality, which is probably going to coincide with description if we just want to see the amount. Circle, did you have a minimum block size that you had in mind? And I guess relative volume really wouldn't be that big of a deal. Maybe no max price either. But we would want to point it to just the biotechs. $30,000. Okay. Let's see here. Retail, retail, retail. Hmm. Give me a second here. Biological product. Manufacturing. Food, tobacco, biological product. Why am I not able to find that? Huh. Okay. Give me 1 second here while I figure something out. Quick question, Circle. Do you have, I was just about to ask, I didn't even see your input there. Okay, you made a custom ticker list. Okay. How many stocks are in the list? Not that it matters, just curious. So, what you would do, since you already have that list, just to make this as simple as possible, is simply point to the list. You said minimum number of shares in the block trade, 30,000. 1, 2, 3. $30,000. And I forgot to save those changes earlier. But what I like to do anytime you're using an alert of that nature, if you had quality, it's going to show you the value coming through there. All right. So no, you don't have to count, but you've got your list already configured, yes? So you've already got it in there. And all you would need to do, I'll configure this up for you and drop the link in there. But then all you'll have to do is point it to your list. Get rid of that new high. Oh, and by the way, if you go to Tools and Symbol List, notice your lists are already going to tell you. You're going to see how many stocks are in each symbol list, so you don't have to count them up manually. Okay, so notice the quality column here. And of course, once you point this to your list, you'll only see the stocks in that list. But it's going to tell you what the count was. Obviously, the minimum. Sorry, let me kill this docked window. That's what's slowing me down here. Okay. Of course, you can take some of these filters out, especially if you're looking at a relatively short list. You might not even want to input any relative volume or volume today. You just want to see those block trades. And once again, just to confirm, the minimum on that is 30,000. And then you'll see the actual amount in the quality sector here. Okay. So let me drop this link in there for you. You can play around with it, point that list, and then you'll know if we need to tweak anything. Okay, and hold on, we're still floating around ideas on the 2050 there, Iris. Let's see here. Let me take a look at these. $20.50 and the 200. Okay, so Iris, this might be helpful for you in the 2050 on the 2050 topic. Okay, here's a top list that somebody else threw at me, and they're using a very similar technique to what I was pointing out earlier. Okay, of course this one has the 200 as well. So if you didn't want to see the 200, we can just get rid of these. But notice the settings that are in here. Very similar, even tighter than what I was putting in that initial window earlier. Okay, so we'll just eliminate 200. And this is still going to be a nice list of stocks where the 20 and the 50 have either already crossed or might be about to cross. Or should be right at the sweet spot. Now that doesn't mean that every one that you pull up is going to look perfect. Okay, just like any alert window, if I'm using these windows here for finding opening range breaks using the new high or the new low as the alert, I might have to cycle through 5, 10, 15, 20 symbols depending on the day to find one where the timing is appropriate. Okay, they've all got a shot. I'm definitely narrowing down the universe tremendously, but you still have to filter through many, many symbols before you find one where the timing is appropriate. So I will drop this one in as well. Get rid of that menu drop down. Okay, and I'll drop this one in there for you. Okay, Bill, scrolling back up to you. Opening range filters. Bill, I gotta say, I'm right there with you. I'd like to see a lot more done in opening range, because you're right. We have the alerts, okay? And opening range breaks in after the first 30 minutes, after the first hour. Really anything after the first 30 minutes for me is, since I'm watching 5-minute candles at the open, give the, nice 6 candles time to develop. Start looking for those opening range breaks. And, the alerts that we have are great, but we only have the limited, times available, right? After we get past 60 minutes, we're very much on our own. So I'm right there with you on that request, Bill. Opening range filters. I'd love to see them too. Yeah, just point to your list there, circle, and see what starts coming through. You might have to calm it down a little bit. I don't know how long your list is, um, but if it's less than 100 stocks, it probably won't be too busy. Okay, Iris, are you talking about this one here, the 2050? You didn't see the link? It shows up on my end, but I'll drop it again. Okay, you should see that one. I would hope. Okay, just doing a little time check here. We got about 5 minutes before the top of the hour. Man, it seemed like we've only been here for like 15 minutes. But hey, just like they say. You know what, Bill? I can go to bat for you, but then again, I've been wanting. Let's just use that term. I've been wanting more range break. I don't care if they're alerts, filters. I've been wanting more range break stuff for a very long time. So yes, I'll definitely advocate on your behalf. Because while this is a great way to find them, you have to be very diligent, okay? I mean, you have to be sitting here watching everything that happens. And then, just because we get the nice little setup like this ASPS, not too shabby. But then again, you know, how much room might we have to run if, it poked its head above right here in that prior 15-minute candle, but look what we're bumping up against, right? Well, it's probably going to stop. Even though it looks really good on the intraday, there's hardly any room on the daily, which is why I have this column here telling me how much room there might be, and it's telling me ASPS, you might get 20 cents out of it. So typically I'm looking for the ones with some room, right? But just because they have room, PAGS, when it was triggered, hey, it might run 3 points. But this looks like garbage, okay? As far as an opening range break, it's not something that, gets me excited there. So finding the proper setup, right, which this XP, not too shabby, and this being the key area right here, that's the breakout candle right there. It's not lighting the world on fire, but there is potential to the tune of 86 cents. Yeah, I hear you, Bill. And, because I'm not a coder, that we joke about that all the time. We're like, oh, that shouldn't be that hard. It should be easy. And then the coders come back to us and go, Oh, well, let me show you how difficult this process is. Let me show you all the thousands of lines of code I have to dig through, yada, yada, yada. So I agree. I think it shouldn't be that hard. But then again, I am just a layman when it comes to coding. Those guys are much, well, can't say they're smarter than me, but they know how to code and I don't. They got the edge. Let's just say I'm ignorant in the sense of coding. There's a cure for that, but I don't know. Trying to learn to code at this age, I don't know. I might be a little challenged. Let's just say that. And always a pleasure, Mike, and you're very welcome. Robert, I see your question there. What does the float turnover mean? Okay, good question. So there's always going to be the publicly traded float, right? So I'll just pull up. We're looking at XP here at random, and we see the float is 148 million shares. Let's just call it 149 million. So if 149 million shares traded today, you could say the float turned over. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense, Robert. That'd be pretty impressive for XP to do that. But when you start looking at some of these companies with smaller floats, sometimes they have 20 million share floats or less. And when volume comes into those, you'll see really crazy high relative volume numbers. Okay, good example. I just pulled up JYNT. Notice how severely it sold off when the volume came into it today. Right here, about an hour into the open. This is characteristic of a low float stock. This just happened to be to the downside, but they do this to the upside all the time, right? So this little company only has 14 million shares in the float, 13.5 on the relative scale, and it's still only traded not quite 1.2 million. But if this thing all of a sudden traded 28 million shares in one session, you could say the float had turned over 2 times. So once a stock trades its float level, or excuse me, its float value number, we could consider that, hey, the whole float turned over today. 14 million shares out there publicly traded, and it traded 14 million. That would mean a turnover of 1. So hopefully that makes sense, Robert. And I will. I'll mention it, Bill. You got my word on that. Not saying it's going to do any good, but we'll see. All right, let me just give a little shout out to Mr. Barry real quick here. Well, let me try to explain one more time. Okay, so here we are looking at JYNT, right? And we can see the float right here, 14 million shares. Now, currently, right here, it's only traded, let's just round that up to 1.2 million shares. Okay, so if 10% of a 14 million share float had traded, that'd be 1.4 million. So not even 10% of the float is traded today. But if all of a sudden, let's just say crazy buying came into this stock and it closed the day and it had traded 14 million shares, which is the exact value of the float, then we could say that the float had turned over 1 time. If it traded 28 million shares, then the float would have turned over 2 times, and so forth and so on. If it traded 42 million shares, boom, a 3x float turnover. All right, sounds good, Bill. All right. Barry tells me that he has once again taking the helm. So thanks for hearing me ramble for the last hour, ladies and gents. Hope everybody's having a good day, and happy Friday tomorrow. We'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.
Maybe not. Oh, yeah, stop. So you guys can hear me on YouTube now, right? So, Robert, your question was answered about the float turnover. Well, geez, just waiting for a 19 break now for the PRLD. Yeah, the CEI, I think it's probably over. I think it's probably over. Famous last words, but this is, this is 3 candles down now in the 15-minute chart. Obviously more in the 5. Unless if it doesn't stop here, this could be over. I will stick an alert at $1.90. I'm completely out of this trade obviously now, but I'll stick an alert at $1.90. See if it takes that out later on. I mean, obviously it still has a ton of room if it wants to, and the volume picks up again. What do I think of the TPTX downfall? I don't know. Let's take a look. All right, so the company had the news trading lower after the company announced additional preliminary clinical data. So obviously, whatever they announced, not great. I don't know how I can add any more to it. I mean, if you read the news, you see what they said. Maybe there's some support around. Wow, I mean, that's way down here. So I mean, the news is obviously not great. That's a big gap down. Can't really add any more to that. I don't analyze the news so in depth. I just read a headline. It says they need more data. Market's reacting not well. But you know what? This was already in a downturn, even before. I mean, this is not like out of the blue. I mean, this has already been slip sliding away. Maybe I see why you're asking about it because it came. Okay, I see now. It was on the AI as a short. Is that why you're asking about it? I completely missed it. So not a bad short. I mean, at 52, yeah, not a bad short at all. From 52. Key, well, can it break 50? I mean, it's such a psychological number. Can it break 50? All right, you recall, or maybe you don't recall, but I put in a pullback in the simulator. I was demonstrating how you can take a stock on a pullback, and I demonstrated it using Neuro, and it actually did pull back all the way to that level. At 9:35, so it took the trade on that pullback at 9:35. Again, just demonstrating how you can use the simulator for a pullback trade. Now, the same thing about the stop. If I knew I were going to be taking this at 9:35, I would know what my stop is. If I got into this trade at 9:35, I would know what my stop is ahead of time, and that would have share sized me. Depending on how much I was willing to risk on the trade. So I mean, this like all the rules for me anyway. They all are relevant, even if you're taking a stock on a pullback. You still have to know, okay, if taking a stock on a pullback doesn't work, where am I going to get out of the trade? Now, by the way, I figured out. Yeah, so Kaz, you're talking about another room and all that, so it's not kind of the thing to do in this room, okay? You're in a trade ideas room, so. Now, by the way, guys, I figured out now how this is supposed to work with this with the color coding of the charts. So what it really means is that now I can click on an alert from an alert window, and it'll be directed to a specific chart or charts, if that makes sense. And again, this is in the development mode. This is not available yet, but that's how that'll work. So if I click on Acer and I wanted it only to show up in these two charts, there's now a way to do something like that as an example. Not yet. Not yet in terms of what you guys can do, but WRBY, that was an IPO recently, wasn't it? WRBY. Warby Parker. That's right. This is his eyewear. I don't think. Well, it's probably a mail order, so maybe it's available in Canada. I've never heard it. I don't think I'd heard of them before. The alert, okay, on the dip, okay. Yeah, nice. Couple of dollars. You guys were talking about the BCYC halted. Or at least it was halted. And it is still halted. Okay, it's still halted. BCYC is still halted. Ironwood. Look at this market, guys. Again, it's just kind of doing nothing, but certainly no big red candle down. That's the good thing if you want to go long. Yeah, so what I did with Real Scan is I just duplicated it, and now I've got it on Don't Repeat. I mean, obviously tomorrow it'll look, it'll show the ones right from the beginning. I just want to actually see how many alerts you get and when the first alert was. So that's what I've done, the Don't Repeat, and I'll monitor tomorrow. I want to see how many alerts do you get from it. Well, this ironwood, I mean, it's taken out a big level, 14. So looking left, 1427 is the next high looking left, RWD. How many, was it $1,500 still, or in that range? Shop? Only 1,400, my goodness. Motley Fools. I mean, how long have they been around? I mean, since the '90s, I guess, since the sort of the start of the internet. Well, they've been around for a long time. Yeah. Way to keep it clean, guys. No, that's a long time ago. All right, guys, my alerts have, well, wait a minute, have sort of slowed down a little bit, which is okay. All right, so interestingly, CEI, so excuse me, that wasn't a red candle now. So that wasn't, it's only I mean, it got down to 154. Again, I'm just going to keep an eye on that high of the day. If it takes out that high of the day on volume, that could get it running again, CEI. Yeah, but earlier today, I mean, it was awesome. I mean, we've got, I mean, anyway, for me, I thought it was an awesome day until, yeah, I mean, this is just sort of sideways, not sort of, it is sideways action. So not getting too many new alerts for me because hard for stocks to make either new highs or new lows when the action is like this. Though this RLGY keeps moving up inch by inch. That magic 20 coming closer and closer. You mean mRNA or mNRA? I know you meant Moderna. mRNA. All right, let's see how that dip trade is working here. Nero. So took the dip at 9:35, moving up a little bit. Had some room, had some news this morning, I think. Excuse me, FDA request. I'm sorry. Yeah, it says after submitting de novo request for Quell. Big area for this one, guys. CCXI. Look at this. 2055, 2060. Look left on the daily. 2055 and 2060. You just kind of see if it can take this out with any sort of oomph. Now the only issue, of course, a little bit extended on both the 15 and the 5s. But look at the room it's got. Wow. I sort of remember this week or day or whatever the heck happened here. Really? Well, I don't know. I'm just reading the press release, of course. Well, it's only 7 years ago, William. And I see the CCXI also showed up on my option scanner. So we've got a sort of the double here. It shows up on real scanner and also on my option scanner. So let's just see, 20,000 options. Ah, okay, it's in the option scanner that looks at the next high. So that's why it didn't have to be 300%. I think I reduced it to 200%. So that's why we're seeing this one, or I'm seeing this one. Looking at the option and at least having the next high at least 75 cents away. You can see, I mean, it's got a lot of room, guys. CCXI has got a ton of room. Oh, I don't know. I can't. I'm not a. I'm. I've been asked. When you say average, you're in at 30 cents. What do you do? Sell. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. So we don't. I can't make any. I give you any advice like that. Okay. I can't give you any advice like that. If you're serious that you took 100,000 shares at 30 cents and you haven't sold any, even after that big drop and all, I mean, I can't give you any advice. Yeah, I don't use trails. If I looked at the chart, but you've done something that I just would never do. So I can't help you there. If you're telling me that you took 100,000 shares at 30 cents and it went up to almost $5, and then you allowed it to come all the way down and you're still in it without selling any, I'm sorry, I can't help you. You're dancing to your own beat on that one. Well, trails are just good to manage trades. It's got nothing to do with squeeze or anything like that. I don't use trailing stops because I like trailing stop. To me is nothing. There's nothing scientific about it. It just protects you, I suppose, if you can't be staring at your trade. So if you're in multiple trades at the same time, yeah, I guess putting a trailing stop makes sense. Otherwise, I'd be looking at CEI, and I thought I would say, well, if it gets down below 150, I'd be taking some out or getting out of the trade, things like that. But a trailing stop, like what is the science behind putting a 10-cent trailing stop or a 0.5% trailing? There's no science. It's just more protection, I suppose, if you can't be paying attention to your trades. You have a lot of them. Yeah, but if you can use trailing stops, but how many trades are you in at the same time? I don't think there's anything scientific about a trailing stop. It's that simple. But if I'm only in a couple of trades at the same time, I can watch the charts. I can see the levels. I can put an alert, a price alert at a level where I think I should be out, as opposed to just a 10-cent trailing stop, 0.5%. It's just sort of a made up number. I'm not saying don't use trailing stops. And listen, I mean, it's a common question, but to me, trailing stops are fine if you've got a lot of trades at the same time, and so you cannot possibly manage them just by staring at charts. Yeah, so if you're again, I don't know if I can completely, I'm going to take you at face value. 100,000 shares at 30 cents, and it went up to $5. That's $500,000, and you haven't taken anything off. Well, I don't know what to say. I just cannot comment. I mean, I know I've been commenting, but yeah, again, Saif, I don't know what you want me to say. You thought it would go to 10. When I get into a trade, I always have a stop. Okay, so of course, if I got into that trade at 30 cents and maybe my stop was at 20 and it kept moving higher and higher, I'm just moving my stop up and up and up and up based on what I see in the chart. There's no way in the world that it could have gone to 5 down to 80 odd cents and I'm not out of the trade. Okay, so you're on your own in that one. I'm sorry. Then listen, if that's the way you want to trade, go ahead. I'm not. I'm not. Listen, if it's working for you, go ahead. Yeah, Saeed, or I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Saheb. I'm sorry if I really butchered your name. Yeah, so we have two filters, or one filter, search. So if you click on an alert window, okay, click on an alert window, right click, configure, search, type in float. Okay, so this short float percent will give you an idea about what stocks are really highly shorted. Now, what your idea of a highly shorted stock and mine might be, I can't tell you, but if you add the filter and say you put, 20%, that means, 20% of the float is short. That's pretty high, as an example. Okay? So the answer is yes. You can find stocks that are highly shorted. And if they're moving today, with new highs, things like that. So you can definitely find stocks that are, just by using that filter right there. Yeah, you add that short. I didn't butcher your name, okay. It's a challenge sometimes, guys. We have people from all over the, well, not, you could be in North America, of course, but you get some of the Europeans that come in and, oh, okay, I'll try to pronounce that one. Yeah, listen, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with using trailing stops, okay? If you can't pay attention, to your trades, then yeah, as a protective measure, there's nothing wrong with trailing stops, but I can pay attention to my trades. But that's because I'm rarely in more than two trades at a time. Freaky Friday, yes, tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, Zal. So this Novus, this was I can't remember what they used to be called. They came up with this name a long time ago. Yeah, I think this might have been, I want to say an Exxon or an Esso or something like that, way back in my country. Founded in 1881. It sounds like it's like Esso or Exxon or. But they came up with this name a few, I don't know how long ago, 20 years ago. Somebody in the room who's Canadian is going to know. If it's not there, Saheb, then it's not there. Okay? I don't use the volatility alert at all. But if it's not, you see, yeah, if you don't see it when you check, let me just see, I haven't looked at volatility at all for a long time. So I see we do have a couple of alerts for volatility and then volatility filters, but yeah, implied, no. I lived in Edmonton for a few years, so obviously you lived in Calgary. Not really an Edmontonian. I mean, I'm from Montreal, so. Okay, guys, let's take a look at anything else that is kind of happening here. ACIU. Let's see if there is that something that just hit or yeah, it must have just hit, right? That news must have just hit, or maybe it was earlier, but definitely some volume coming in. Oh, so it just hit. Thanks for posting it. Now, Bishop William is looking to pound this down. Ah, how can you not think of Dusty when we see HUYA? Hooyah! Of course, this is a China stock. IQ and HUYA used to always kind of trade the same, kind of in tandem. I know IQ had a bit of a run this morning. So the China stocks, of course, have been strong today. Constructive meeting, quote unquote, coming out of Beijing with the US. Well, it has no support, William, as you know, no support. Boy, this CCXI, guys, we are just talking about it right around here. Look at this and the room it has. Remember? Just talking about all the room it's got. I mean, how can these things, do what they do? Well, a lot of it has to do with how much room they've got. I mean, there's no chart resistance. So traders look at this and they go, what if? I'm not saying this is going to get back up to 50, but it doesn't have to. What if it got to 23, from 20? I mean, that's still over 10%. Yeah, I bet. Did you take it from the AI, Steve? Or yeah, because look at the 15-minute chart. I mean, it's been very relaxing. Just a little bit of a base here. There was an AI alert at 52:01, and it's continuing down. Bad news. And if you look left on the monthly chart, the next low is 46.86. So, in theory, it's got still some more room to go, in theory. And, for a $50 stock, that's pretty good. I mean, and 43 million, so it's certainly not a high float, not a low float, but definitely not whippy yet. So we're still seeing the energy plays. There's ERF, Canada, and also that Synovus earlier. So the energy plays still look interesting. ORIC continues its move down, and look at this. I mean, there's obviously no support. It's an all-time low, ORIC. Another energy play, energy guys, GLNG. Natural gas, GLNG. All right, guys. Well, today is Thursday, so there is a marketing meeting at 2 that I shall attend. Look at this SPY. Look at this SPY. I mean, look at the base. I mean, it is just basing right here. I know that it was showing up on my option scanner before. I've lost sight of it. 1022. Yeah, not much now. I mean, it's definitely, I mean, it did get, I mean, I wouldn't call this really worked. I mean, 1022 did get up to 1040, but based a lot. Now it looks like it wants to move down, and it's underneath 10. So I don't think much of it right now. Same with the DBRG. I mean, it's basing right where the alert happened. Not much happening. DNA. Let's take a look at DNA. This was, isn't this an ARC? Oh, that's right. Yeah. So we had competing, we had the big short seller yesterday slamming this one. Did knock it down to 9 before it recovered. I think this is in her one of her ARC funds. Kathy Woods, of course, I'm talking about. I think it is. A lot of volume. Look at the volume that came in. Big, big float. I mean, 974 million in the float. That is a massive float. Or making another new low. All right, guys. 1140. Sorry, 146. Six. All right. Did DNA hold that gain? No. So, this is the, look at this. I mean, here's the big volume bar up. Now, selling volume bar down. So, or we mentioned HGEN. Let's take a look at HGEN. Yeah, the volume is, I mean, we had the big volume at the beginning of the day, and that's it. It's just sort of tapered right off. Too rich for me, yeah. Showed up on the AI also at 52.01, and it's just been slip sliding away. Obviously showed up on your scanner. I just have a, what is my, I think my top is 30. Yeah, 2 and 30. But it did show up on the AI also. What price did it hit your scanner? This is what I'm talking about. Hit the AI scanner at 52.01 and just been steadily moving down. There's a $3 move. I mean, and as I said, it still has room. I mean, I think the next low was 46.86 on the monthly chart. Don't see anything on the weekly or the daily. So, I mean, in theory, it still has room to go until it hits the next low. But it's been yeah, I mean, it's just been just a minor base right here, maybe for about an hour, but nothing, didn't like, should not have whipped anybody out of the trade on that green candle, and now just steadily down. Okay. It's funny. I mean, I have more faith in the ones moving down than the ones moving up, even though the market is just had a rip day. Now, first little glimmer of a downturn, and I'm just a little glimmer of one. See, we've got this. Take a look at the SPY, bigger chart. Actually, that's what I start doing here. So take a look at the SPY here. So there's just a little bit of a move down here. Better make this as the default. Select background color. I mean, this ORIC has been, yes, yeah. The PRLD, absolutely. The TPTX, was outside of the range, but obviously a great trade too. All right, guys. So you see how that pullback worked in the simulator for NURO. That's how if you want to practice pullbacks in the simulator, you saw exactly what I did. I put the alert to pull back at 9:35. That's where it took the trade. Right there, and then it's been moving a little bit higher. And again, I draw your attention to Levi So from where I exited the trade, it is 40 cents underneath that price. So of course, that is what you want to see. What do you think, Real? I mean, again, I'm just, yesterday's the first day I had the breakdown version of it. I'm just sort of sensing that there is more trend to the breakdowns than the. Obviously the breakouts. There has to be some that are just trending well. I know early on, but I'm just finding that the breakdowns seem to trend a lot better. But it's a small sample size. Interestingly, there they are here in the gap downs too. TPTX, ORIC, and PRLD. Guys, I know we were all over this MRUS early as a short, but this is starting to pick up again. MRUS. I mean, it's already come off 26 to 28. You get some volume here. Be interesting. It's a fairly low float. Yeah, 30 million in the float. And this is, well, not an all-time high. The all-time high is up here, 31, 31.51 or so. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. The marketing meeting is starting very soon, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'll be back. I'll be back, Trey. All right, guys, I'm now back. Now, a link I put in there called Trade Ideas Help. This was a phenomenal job by Stephanie. Some of you may not know Stephanie. She was probably our most recent hire, maybe about 6 months ago. And she was given the task to put together a user guide. We've really not had a user guide before. And look at the job she did. This is completely laid out. This is a I mean, when virtually absolutely everything here with videos and text, etc. So this is a great explanation of everything, that we've got. So, if you're at all wondering about trade ideas, and I mean, I would take a look at this. I mean, this was a phenomenal effort by her. Seriously. I mean, this is not easy to do. I mean, I shouldn't say it's a painstaking type task. You've got to be very, very diligent about doing everything. So take a look at it. I mean, it really covers. We've never had a user guide before. Never. And then this, of course, as we add new features and functions, it'll be easy enough to update everything. It is, yeah, you have no idea. I mean, I attend these marketing meetings every Tuesday and Thursday. And we all kind of have, well, some of us have nothing to say. I mean, I might say, well, nothing new, but whatever. But, it kind of goes around. There are probably about 10 or 12 people every marketing session. And everybody has a little go. And Stephanie, for the last, I would say, for 4 months, she said nothing new in the marketing front, just working on the channel guide, in a very delicate way. And now it is ready, because this is a tough. I mean, you got to really pay attention to details here. So anyway, I just have to give her a lot of compliments in the trading room. And I know she answers a lot of questions. Also, she's. Because she's in South Africa, she's in a different time zone. So we get a lot of people asking questions in the evening, and she can answer them. So anyway, super kudos to her. I know she can't hear me or anything, but I just had to, not an easy job. Give me a moment here. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, I'll put the link in. Just give me a moment. Okay, here is the link. Well, here is the direct link. I just put it above. Okay, Trade Ideas Help. Yeah, I would gonna have to add that to my homepage for you guys. So it's interesting. The major ones that showed up in your scan, the ones down, it's interesting that they're showing up here also. Just the simple gap down. So, I have a feeling that, we just have a bit of a correlation. I mean, look at them, TPTX, ORIC, and PRLD. These two I don't know anything. I don't know about. They're probably too cheap. But these three showed up in the only, there's not too many in the gap downs. And those three showed up. So we get a correlation between that and the one showing up in your scan. Maybe those are the ones to really pay attention to. Just a thought. So when you say going forward on Oric, you mean, what do you mean by that? You mean, will it bounce? I have no idea if it's going to bounce. Obviously, I have no, my bias was short all the way. It's an all-time low, so there's no support. I'm not saying it's not, I mean, obviously at some point it'll stop going down. I have no idea when. I didn't even read the news. Didn't even read the news on it. Had no idea why it was doing what it was doing. I can read it now. You know, it wasn't really that active in the pre-market. Not super active anyway in the pre-market. There's the opening candle. But you can see, I mean, it was just doing really nothing, no volume. And then all of a sudden, well, I mean, it might be extreme, but I mean, you know, you first then. I always say it like this, you first. You want to dip your toe in the water and buy it? You first. I mean, it's just continuing, it's just cascading down. Oh, it's been well shorted. It's been well shorted. I'm actually excited though to see the correlation between, again, the gap downs, just the very, you know, the gap downs and the ones from Real's 10-day breakdown scan. So what Real is saying is that I don't know if this happened here for Oric, but what he's saying is ones that, you know, drop and then pull up a bit, but hit into that moving average, the 2-minute falling MA, 2 minutes, so on the 2-minute chart, and then just bounce off it and come and start moving down again. I think that's what he's saying. All right, guys, I am just looking at a couple other things here. Was waiting on the CEI to see if it could take out 2. Doesn't look like it's going to. you know, I mean, on the flip side, I mean, ERF was in that scan on the way up, and it has continued up. Just not quite as dynamic as the other ones, but I mean, on a percentage basis, is probably pretty darn good. You're welcome, Mr. Calhoun or Miss Calhoun. Ms. Calhoun. Shouldn't presume that it's a specific gender. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, back here now. RPTX is another one. I think this was in the, might have been in the scan yesterday too. And another big gap down, another one. I mean, you got to love it. These stocks making new lows. Because think about it. Who's going to, I mean, a stock that is making an all-time low. I'm not talking about a new low. I'm talking about a lifetime low. I mean, you got to, I mean, yeah, there are going to be people that are going to say, well, I guess I better step in and buy on a bounce. But, you know, who's going to be first? Sorry, I'm sorry, GD who? GDS. Perfect 2-minute cross down right here, 61 right there, yep. And even starting now on the 15. Interesting that it didn't, and there's on the 5. So 60-70 on the 5. Earlier, of course, on the 2. But this is confirmation. And now maybe even more confirmation coming. Every time you get these crosses, I mean, what Real is pointing out is, you know, these are potential shorts, okay, when the ADMA crosses down below the 20 SMA. So you'll see it earlier, of course, on a lower time frame. So you see it here on the 2, and of course it did move down. You see it here on the 5. It did move, just further confirmation, and now maybe we even get further confirmation on the 15. I mean, this could really start to drop. Now, these had some big pop-ups. I mean, here's the only issue I have with this. I mean, this is a 2-minute chart. I mean, at one point this was down to 2023 and it popped almost $1 back right up. So this is, it's a little dicier, but if it takes out these lows again, and why? Look at the float, 20 million in the float. Now, if I'm paying attention to this neuro, I would not let, I mean, look at this. I mean, I had at one point, again, I'm going to get out of it now. But if I'm paying attention, I shouldn't allow $160 turn into only $70, okay? You know, when you get something like this happening, again, this is in the simulator. Now, if I don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then it carries forward. So you can practice swing trading here. You can practice swing trading in the simulator. Now this is still halted. My goodness. You're talking about the BCYC. You know, I remember then when this came out. When this came out in when did it come out? Back the monthly chart out. I remember when this IPO'd right here, and I was so keen on this one because if you look who was behind it, huge names. There was Goldman, I think Morgan and JP, etc., etc. And it did nothing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 10 months before it, you know, I'd even argue that it didn't do anything for a year and a half until it finally started to move. But I was really excited about this one. I thought, man, look at the guys who are behind it. There wasn't very many. It was a fairly low-priced IPO. Not that many shares. I mean, look at the float. I mean, not that many shares, and it did nothing for so long. At 3 o'clock? Okay, I won't be here. Yeah, RGP, again, you're right. It is now over 19 again. A little bit of volume coming in. Nice AI alert. Look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the breakout. The candle before, what was it at? 1891. Got it over 19. Yeah, it's only one here. I mean, listen, anything can be a swing trade, right? I mean, that's how I always want to phrase it that way. I mean, any one of these alerts here could turn into a swing trade if there's enough room on the daily, weekly, monthly. But you're right, the one the one in theory. Swing ideas is the one you want to look at. I think mainly these are ones that are coming off the bottom. But it is, yeah, swing ideas. Sorry, I should have opened it. Where is it? Swing ideas right here. I think they're mainly stocks that are coming off the bottom. I may be wrong. Oh, maybe not. I mean, this is place. I mean, this is way up here. So yeah, you can take a look at this. Not being a big swing trader, I just, I don't really look at stuff like this, but look, here's RGP as an example. It's from the AI. So again, look at RGP as an example. This is not a recommendation, to take this as a swing trade. But look what it did today. This is on earnings. And so, sometimes stocks will have continuation on earnings, but look left. I mean, look how much room it's got still. There's a big void that could potentially be filled. So to me, it's a matter of, if you click on something and you start to see some room that a stock could still move, I mean, look, that could turn into a potential swing trade. You don't have to go to a swing trading channel or anything. And maybe it's time. I haven't brought this out for a while. Maybe it's time. What time is it right now? 2:48. Yeah, just really quickly. I haven't gone over this for a while, but these are my 4 rules for swing trading. Okay, if I am going to swing trade, you can take a screenshot of this if you want, but I'll always check. The first thing I do every time I click on an alert. That's why I always hear me. And I keep saying this. I should add the monthly chart to this. When I put this together, we didn't have monthly charts. But check the daily, weekly, monthly for a large gap. And this is a real chart. I didn't make this up. Obviously this is an extreme example. And then check to see where the 200-day moving average is. If it's far enough away, it doesn't have to be above it, but if it's far enough away, which obviously this is, then see what I'm doing? I'm going check, check. When is a company due to release earnings? I will never swing through earnings. So if I can check, and then I also want the stock to close near the high of the day. Why? I don't want RGP to pull all the way back down here and then have to struggle to take out today's high. So I want it to close somewhat near the high of the day. So this is a classic, you hear me talk about finding reasons not to take a trade. Well, if I can't go check, 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 check on all 4 of these, I won't take the trade. I won't take the swing trade. Now, if all 4 conditions, it can for me, and I know I'm not a big swing trader, but it can become a swing candidate. So if you want to take a screenshot of this or but those are my rules, of course. Good night, Mr. Real. Can I make it larger? Can I make it larger? You want the font bigger though. Uh, this is not in Word. Well, it's in Word, but it's. Oh, here we go. Where are you, Mr. Font? There you are. There you go. How's that? How's that? So take a screenshot of this, guys, if you want. Okay. Well, it's actually up here. I mean, it's in this section up here. I don't know if you guys have access to the folders. I think you do, don't you? Do you have access to the folders? Oh, okay. Well, it's up here. If you click on the room drive, it looks like I used to always talk about this, but since I created my homepage, I really haven't gone over this. So, but if you click on that, there it is. Okay. 4 rules for swing trading. Okay, so everybody got it if you want it? You have been talking about Tesla. Not Teslas, but Tesla. There we go. But wasn't Tesla supposed to be all over when it hit 500 or something, or down here at 371? Wasn't that it? Well, I was talking more. I'm kind of kidding, because when this was happening, that was it for Tesla. And then when this was happening, that was it for Tesla. Now, CEI, yes, you're right. CEI is starting to move in a big way. Now, look at the SPY now. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There was an hour and a half down. I mean, we're still up. I mean, everything is still way up, but I don't know how to help you on that, Sam. I'll put it up again, but so I'm looking at it right here. It's not blurry on my screen. Are you sure that you are in 1080 in YouTube? That's the only thing I can think of. There's a setting within YouTube to make sure you should be in 1080p resolution. Because I'm looking here, this is not blurry on my screen. Yeah, I'm going to put that in my the scans. I'm going to get rid of some of the scans that I've got in that I share, and I'm going to add those two in. With all the credit to Real, of course, but Okay, Sam, so I don't know if you can read it now, but it's definitely not blurry. I don't think anybody is going to say this is blurry. It shouldn't anyway. Depends on your screen resolution, I suppose. Oops. So that's got okay. So that's got something to do with your connection then. Just give me a moment here. Okay, well, let me ask other people in YouTube. Ija, are you still there? Has my screen been blurry all day long? There's nothing I can do about it right now, but has my screen been blurry all day long? Or other people who are in YouTube, Perfect Circle, Calhoun, D. Calhoun, Ija, if you're still around. Yeah, so it's on your end, Sam, but there's nothing I can do about it. If you know, if some people are saying so, it's got to be on your end, maybe your connection or something. Nothing I can do about it. There's another, so you know, a couple of people have said it's fine. So, and a third person, all clear. So, sorry, Sam, I don't know. There's nothing I can do. The only thing is that within YouTube also is, you know, you have a selection of screen resolution. And that might be it. Yeah, thank you, Alex. Yeah, settings, change quality from auto to something else, something like that. Yes, but you can see there's nothing I can do on my end. If it were en masse, then I'd have to figure something out. But it is not. Well, guys, wow, it's 3 o'clock already. Now, well, before I go, I should have done this before I go. Those of you who are interested in trying us out for 10 trading days, that's where it starts. You can click on the test drive link. And it starts on Monday. Okay, so if there's the test drive link right here, it starts on Monday. And this is what it'll cost you. Nothing to do. Once it's over, no, you don't have to unsubscribe from anything. And you'll have 10 trading days as long as you can start on the 11th and end on the 22nd. That is 10 trading days, okay? If you cannot take advantage of the 11th to the 22nd, you'll get a part thereof, all right? So it's not 10 days from whenever you start. And you can't say, well, I can only start on the 15th. Can you give me 10 days from there? Sorry, no. It's all set up. All our support, etc. is set up for this time period. And of course, save my link. All my link has got, my homepage link has got a lot of information. You click on my homepage link. And of course, you want to take out a subscription right now. Here's how you can do it. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon every day. Education, tons of education here. And if you scroll right to the bottom, it's not just trade ideas stuff. It is about, learning, not so much learning, but the mechanics. What is a stock? I mean, literally, if you're new to trading, this is gold. What is a stock? Introduction to charts, candlesticks, support, resistance, etc. Okay? This is something that Michael Noss, a trader, has put together. And of course, here's my scans, all the scans that I've got, my layout, a layout that I'm sharing, and individual scans. I'm going to add real scans into here maybe tonight. All right, everybody. So save the link. Lots of information, especially in these two sections. So I'm just going to make sure my script is correct. Yeah, the room will open tomorrow, 9 o'clock. All right, have a great evening, everybody. Thanks a lot for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then. Bye-bye.